Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the second day of the Warsaw Security Forum. Welcome all of our guests from around the world to Warsaw at the 11th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum, where we're going to officially start now the Democratic Resilience track. My name is Marcin Uzanski. I will be your host today and tonight maybe. I am the Senior Fellow at Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation. I'm also the Director of the Center for Diplomacy and Negotiation here in Warsaw, and I have a great privilege to host the extremely important component of the Warsaw Security Forum, where we tackle some of the more soft but equally great challenges relating to security, where we have to fight for the values that are core to us, for the challenges that require building societal resilience, and for forming alliances and tackling some of the greatest challenges in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a great honor to have a fabulous chair of this year's Democratic Resilience track, a colleague, a friend, who I will say is a fabulous speaker, as you will see in a second, Ms. Biljana Lili, who is also a researcher at the RAND Corporation, an accomplished author, and, well, you'll listen to some great remarks. Biljana, please join us on stage.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Democratic Resilience track of the Warsaw Security Forum. I'm really, truly honored to address such a distinguished group of policymakers and practitioners, and I'm really happy to see a lot of familiar faces in the audience, so thank you for joining us. We gather today at a pivotal moment, where democracies across the globe are being constantly tested by a range of increasingly sophisticated threats. From disinformation and the weaponization of AI to the rise of populism and cognitive warfare. All of these threats are not only multidimensional, they're also rapidly evolving. And as we counter them, the most important thing we should remember is that our greatest asset is our ability to adapt and respond to these threats collectively as a community of like-minded nations. The talks that you will hear in this room today reflect the complexity of the challenges that we face. We'll start with a panel on disinformation. Disinformation has become one of the most powerful tools to erode trust in institutions around the globe through social media manipulation, through deepfake and fake news in general. And that panel will look at how to counter this almost invisible yet ever-present enemy. After that panel, we'll have the pleasure of hearing the remarks of Polish Minister of Justice Adam Bodnar, who will deliver his remarks on populism and the future of Europe. And that particular speech is especially timely, given the rise of populism around the world. Then we will transition into a discussion about the different dimensions of total defense. Total defense is no longer just a military concept. It encompasses all of society, and the panel will reflect that and discuss the different nuances of this term that now is also a reality. Then we will transition into a discussion about one of the most geopolitically sensitive regions in our neighborhood, the South Caucasus. The South Caucasus has been for years at the intersection of great power politics, and we'll hear about the current state of democracy there. Then we will transition into another very interesting set of talks about AI and the future of technology. We'll talk about how AI is impacting the economy and security, and we'll answer questions such as, how can we harness AI for the benefit of society while making sure that it's not being weaponized by our adversaries? How can we introduce effective, fair, and equitable AI policy while still not stifling AI adoption and innovation? Those are some of the questions we'll discuss. Later in the afternoon, we'll also have another set of talks that touch upon AI and specifically look at competitive advantage in technologies in Ukraine. We will also hear from 3 co-founders of different startups, technology startups, and we will talk to them about how they have integrated AI in their solutions. So I hope you stay around for these discussions as well. We will also have a conversation about one of the most insidious modern forms of warfare, which is cognitive warfare. Today, the battle is not only for territory or resources, it is for our minds. And in that discussion, we'll talk about what is cognitive warfare, how to counter it, how to build societal resilience, and how to make sure that our adversaries are not exploiting our cognitive vulnerabilities. We will also have a discussion about critical infrastructure and how to protect it, and also about Belarusian democratic society. Both of these talks remind us that every aspect of our lives contributes to building democratic resilience. So as we go through all the talks today, I encourage you to think about the common themes in them that bind them together. And if you walk away with one lesson, I hope that it's this one. Democracies are fragile, and we must protect them. We must protect them by building democratic resilience. But building democratic resilience is not a one-time task. It's a continuous effort that has to be woven into our society, into our institutions, and into our daily lives. And only in this way we can ensure that democracies not only survive, but thrive in the face of adversity. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the talks ahead.
Thank you, Biljana. Ladies and gentlemen, a well-deserved applause for setting the stage for our discussions today. Please, I also encourage everybody to use your social media handles, tweet, go on X or tweet or how it's called now, go on LinkedIn and other platforms. And please, I also extend a warm welcome to all our viewers online. Please engage with all of us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the first panel of today's track. It will be the panel of Facing the Invisible Enemy, Disinformation Around Us. Very important discussion, one of the critical challenges that we need to tackle in the democratic resilience space. And to lead this panel, it's my great honor to welcome Mr. Jonasz Rewiński, the news anchor for TVP World, which I also encourage everybody to watch, a great and growing Polish global news channel. Jonasz, please, if you can join us on stage.
Welcome to our first debate devoted to the question of disinformation. My name is Jonasz Rewiński, and first I would like to introduce our guests today. Carrie Filippetti, Executive Director of the Vandenberg Coalition. Welcome. Daniela Schwarzer, Executive Board Member for the Bertelsmann Foundation. Pasi Rajala, State Secretary and Ministry for the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland. And Nikola Dimitrov, former Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration of North Macedonia, and also President and co-founder of the Balkan Center for Constructive Policies. Welcome. So, of course, disinformation, generally the question of narratives, has been high on the agenda, especially during a year where there are many election cycles going on. And the fight against disinformation is somewhat unusual, being both something that happens in the spotlight, but also being veiled in shadows by its very nature. This is an issue that sometimes is very unclear as to its origins and as to its objectives. So let me first ask you a question concerning the democratic resilience. Obviously, this is one of the main themes here. So to what extent would you say disinformation is a major threat to democracies in this day and age? Carrie Filippetti.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be on this panel talking about this issue. And I would say the question of is this a threat, I would say not only is it a threat, but I actually consider this one of the #1 national security threats facing the world. You mentioned that this year is a critical election year. About 49% of the global population by the end of the year will have elected new leadership. So this is significant for everybody. At the same time, we're facing a world that not only has direct military conflict happening in the Middle East, happening in Europe, of course, and potentially happening in the Indo-Pacific. But all three of those leading adversaries, Russia, China, and Iran, are investing hundreds of millions to billions of dollars into trying to implement disinformation to essentially foment disunity within those democracies and try to attack them from within. So just to give you a sense of how much is being spent, the U.S. estimates that China spends about $7 billion annually on global disinformation. Russia spends about $1.5 to $2 billion internationally every year, and Russia spends in the hundreds of millions of dollars internationally. This is going into TikTok, this is going into social media, this is going into campuses. It's really affecting around the world people's resilience to democracy. So I consider it the main national security threat that we're facing today.
So, Nikola Dimitrov, what about your experience? Because your country has been targeted by Russian disinformation insofar as the question of European integration is concerned. So apparently the Russians want to exploit the dissatisfaction of the long wait for EU accession.
Yes. First of all, great to be here, and in particular to be able to speak on this, I fully agree, an extremely important topic, probably the biggest challenge facing democracies around the world, because the backbone of any democracy are informed citizens. When citizens are misinformed or disinformed, especially in an orchestrated, manipulative way, then we have a challenge, and this is the year to look into this problem, given so many, the last one being Austria, if I'm not mistaken, many important elections ahead of us, including, of course, the United States. Now, the Russian narrative is, to a large extent, a narrative that spoils European integration and Euro-Atlantic integration in my region, in Southeastern Europe, or the Balkans. So, one of the obstacles that we have faced, and this has been lingering for almost 3 decades, was a dispute with Greece we had. I was involved in that personally for about 18 years. As foreign minister, I negotiated and signed the so-called Prespa agreement, which was a compromise, difficult both for North Macedonia and Greece. And the narrative, the battle of narratives was so important. At the moment, Greece expelled Russian diplomats, actually, from posted in Greece. The opponents of the agreements used essentially sort of the same ammunition, saying that our government received 150 millions from Greece to actually give in. But on the same side, the Greek opponents of the compromise also accused the then Prime Minister Tsipras of taking money to give in. So the day we had a referendum that was overwhelmingly positive, but short of the threshold to be valid. On the day of the referendum, when the results came in, there was a fake letter of my resignation from the post of a foreign minister, in a way adding to the mood, to the narrative that this has been a failure. The agreement enabled my country, North Macedonia, to join NATO, and we became the 30th NATO member state, something we've been trying to do since the early 90s, essentially. So I don't know whether we are at a stage where we should discuss solutions, but in what we do in Skopje, apart from debunking fake news or disinformation, which is reactive, and your colleagues, journalists, usually say that once the damage is done, it's really difficult to undo it.
Difficult to reverse, isn't it?
It's a bit like throwing a pillow full of feathers from a helicopter, and you need to pick up all the feathers to control the damage. So in addition to debugging, what's important is to invest in credible media, to offer serious fact-based content, because the answer to fake news is not only debunking, but it's also real news.
So we have a few solutions here. That brings me neatly to the next question pertaining to how we should react to disinformation. We have a success story from North Macedonia and how political successes were achieved despite disinformation. But this is an ongoing battle, isn't it? Daniela Schwarzer, what would you say about countering disinformation on a European level? We had European elections recently. We know that there is a growing threat from far-right parties, and these are often exploiting mechanisms related to disinformation. So what would you say should be the most important thread in the ongoing struggle against disinformation when it comes to EU involvement?
Well, first of all, I think it is extremely important to recognize that those who spread disinformation are usually organized across borders in very many ways. So if we speak about Russian disinformation, you can track that in disinformation that comes into one European public sphere usually spreads to other countries as well. And very often there seems to be a synchronized approach. So I think, first of all, debunking and exchange of information of ongoing campaigns is really the first step. And the European Union has been pretty active on that for quite a long time. I remember the creation of a unit that served to debunk Russian disinformation starting after the annexation of Crimea, so basically roughly 10 years ago. But right now we have other origins of disinformation that are very present in our public spheres, Russian, Chinese, Iranian, so we need to be much broader. And we also need to recognize that also domestic actors, of course, spread disinformation. But you know, one thing is debunking and informing, and also, as Nicola said, spreading right and positive news and trying to cover the public space and be present with what's actually happening. That's one thing. But I think we need to go much deeper and think about how our citizens can be enabled to cope with disinformation. Because you cannot expect either public authorities or entities which are created, be they civil society funded, or be they half public, half private entities that serve to debunk disinformation. That's only the last step. What we really need to do is we need to enable citizens to work for themselves, basically to be more media literate, to have fora to exchange upon those issues. And I can speak from our very practical experience as a foundation. We worked over the past 9-10 months, we worked with 120 citizens from across Germany, all walks of life, all education backgrounds, all kinds of also personal stories and backgrounds randomly selected, who were asked to work on the phenomenon of fighting disinformation. And they made suggestions which are very holistic. And it really starts with education systems need to be preparing children for this new education environment. And then they go through all levels and also end up with expectations towards governments. And what is really interesting, because we did some polling on the side, is there is a huge number of citizens who today say they are worried about disinformation. 81% of Germans said in our polling, we know it's there, we are worried because it is destructive for our democracy. And there is a strong expectation also for governments to actually do their part in fighting disinformation.
So that is an excellent point, and in fact, Pasi Rajala is here, and he might actually be able to share some experience that Finland has, being a country that recently was at the very top of a ranking insofar as information literacy is concerned, but also a country that has introduced specific measures, educational measures in particular, to address disinformation back in 2014. So can you share some of your experience with us?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. Obviously, it's an uphill battle for all of us. It's much easier to be destructive than to be constructive. But I fully agree with what colleagues said. It has to be a whole of society approach, not only whole of government, but whole of society. And it starts, again, with education. In our model, because we have been living next to Russia for so long, we have established this whole of society approach to defense. And in our book, communication space is just another domain of defense. And then it, again, it starts with educational curricula, with basic education where media literacy is part of the curriculum. And of course, we are working with civil society organizations. The government is doing its part. Even businesses, they see their role in this whole of society approach. But again, I mean, it's an uphill battle, and there are no easy solutions, to be honest.
And I think one really interesting example of how society is taking part in this struggle is a phenomenon you might be familiar with, NAFO, the North Atlantic Fellows Organization, a grassroots movement operating online on X, formerly known as Twitter, and actively struggling against disinformation, fighting disinformation and exposing it, even though it does not really have any sort of government funding or anything like this. But when we're talking about the ability of governments, the ability of organizations to counter disinformation, there is also the big question of big tech companies. Since disinformation mostly flows through social media nowadays, is enough being done insofar as limiting the scope of the various bad actors to post disinformation online being done by social media companies? Well, Kerry Filippetti, what is your take on that particular issue? Because it is difficult. On one hand, you have to balance freedom of speech, but on the other, the introduction of binding regulations.
Yeah, well, I think Nicola really said it perfectly in that in order for democracies to function, we really need an educated populace. We need a populace that has access to facts and makes decisions based on those facts. When the facts are in question, which we have seen happening on basically every issue. I come from the United States, and so during an election season, it gets particularly bad. When people don't have access to facts, they might be operating under the best intentions with the most patriotic goals, but they're not able to do to vote for or push for the thing that they most care about. The challenge of democratic systems is the same thing as its beauty, which is we have to be authentic about the fact that it's challenging to balance all of these different principles, the freedom of speech, but making sure that people have access to accurate information. That's why I think when Daniela mentioned that education is such a key piece of this, I really think it is, because the problem with the idea of kind of regulating social media, the regulators get it wrong a lot. And because they get it wrong, once you get it wrong once, this is what we're seeing particularly in the United States, you had massive campaigns. The best example that I can use is COVID-19. It's a controversial example, but I think what's important to state is that when we talk about disinformation, it's easy for us to say this is disinformation, that's not. But in the moment, it is not easy to do that. And in COVID-19, in the United States, there were all of these regulations and attempts to censor any theory that suggested that maybe this originated from the Wuhan lab. Now, it's unclear exactly where it originated from, but the fact that for years it was labeled as disinformation to even suggest that it had originated somewhere other than the wet market is part of the problem, because that has then radicalized other people. So sometimes regulation ends up pushing people in the wrong direction because we don't in the moment actually know what the true information is. And so to that end, I really agree with Daniela that the solution here is inoculating the population. It's not necessarily, yes, there has to be some way of regulating, and I think part of this has to go into the idea that social media algorithms are specifically created to generate the same type of addiction response that drugs are, which is a huge problem for all of our children just on its face, but particularly as it relates to disinformation. So I think there are things to be done there, but I don't think the solution itself is the regulation. The solution is the inoculation, the media literacy, and making sure that our citizens have the tools to recognize disinformation for what it is.
So Daniela Schwarzer, because this is a very interesting topic here, and even Josep Borrell, the Foreign Affairs Chief of the European Union, has once said that disinformation is, and I quote, a cancer that puts the health of democracy at risk. So the big question is, do we rely on individuals to try and, basically be aware of the first signs of this disease, or do we also introduce regulations? The European Union did introduce some of the regulations that we're talking about. How effective do you think are they at this stage? And would you say that we need more regulations, or perhaps we should go in the other direction?
Well, it takes, as we, I think, agree on this panel, an all-hands-on-deck approach. And the platforms play a huge role. I think regulation is necessary, and we heard just that just now, but I also think that self-engagement of platforms could and should be necessary. I'll give you an example, and that is the spreading of disinformation on health. I think platforms, we don't need detailed regulation to tell them what to distribute or what not to distribute, but they should, for themselves, come up with ideas how to, for instance, certify information that is spread on areas that are so important to the safety of individuals. And health is one example why disinformation, as Josep Borrell said, is as dangerous as a cancer spreading in a body. First of all, it can, in fact, put individuals at risk. And the recommendations how to fight COVID by taking substances that will really possibly kill you, as we have seen in some countries spreading, those are dangerous moments. And I think responsibility is with those who manage information on their platforms. And then secondly, the destruction of trust that comes with disinformation is huge. And mostly decision makers in top government positions are targeted. But what we also see is that disinformation really destroys trust in institutions that are important for society. Let's take the health system, for example. Let's take schools. Let's take other places where citizens go and where they should feel they are in a trusted environment. And if disinformation really works its way into societies and more people start believing that they cannot trust their neighbor, basically, their school teacher, because everyone seems to be dangerous, I think then we know how deep the problem is. So we need to work on this issue on all levels. And we spoke about education. Of course, the first focus should be schools. But we also need to look at those segments of society who have long left school. They weren't educated for this new information environment. So we need to find ways to reach them and inform. And I would say platforms and media definitely have a huge role to play there.
And that again is a great point, because if you have people only just being introduced to this brave new world of the internet, they might actually not be able to separate fact from fiction. But there is another thing also, and that's a slightly controversial topic. What if social media platforms are actually being accused of engaging in promoting and or disseminating fake news? We have this ongoing debate about the role that Elon Musk is playing. And some people say the quality of public debate has deteriorated, that he has been amplifying sources of a questionable nature, so to say. Pastor Ayala, what would you say should be our approach in that kind of case, if the responsibility is upon these platforms, and yet it is not being discharged by their owners to the full extent?
Obviously, social media are key players in this, within democratic nations, but also globally, in the global south. And we have data how Chinese and the Russians are targeting even younger and younger people, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, and trying to influence their thinking. What to do? Obviously, there are different types of social media platforms. X is basically owned by one single person, so it's difficult to deal with that besides regulation. And I agree that regulation is one aspect, and the European Union is a big regulator. But it's not the only solution. We should appeal to, there's a big trend of corporate responsibility in the world, but where's the corporate responsibility of these big tech companies? We should take them to task on that. And then there are other platforms. TikTok obviously is, it boils down to government, even party control. So it's a different animal altogether. I think, as was pointed out by, I think, Nicola, is that once the disinformation is out there, it's very difficult to reel it back. It's very difficult. Of course, we have to call it out. We have to call out disinformation. But the best approach is to be proactive, to push our own agenda, get the facts out there, talk about, in this global context, what are the benefits of having a democratic model which respects human rights. And end of the day, it's a question of investment. We heard how the Chinese and Russians are investing. Our democracies investing equally strongly. And the European Union here again is a key player.
And Nikola Dimitrov, pretty much the same question. What is your take on that?
The EU Disinfo Lab is an entity that deals with this issue quite deeply. And what they said, they looked into how platforms reacted to debunking. So this information is revealed, brought it to the attention of the platforms. The reaction was lacking in 45% of the cases, and the leading platforms in the opposite way leading, so from the bottom, were YouTube and X, or former Twitter, 75%. So out of 4 debunking instances brought to their attention, the reaction was to 1. And I think obviously we have an issue here. Social media are key in this manipulation with people and what they know and don't know. In Finland, for instance, they went through presidential elections, and Google search in Finland and Google search in France of the Finnish presidential candidates differed significantly. In June, the European elections, hundreds of paid political advertisements were lacking the necessary disclaimer in countries including Poland. So I think while media literacy, part of compulsory education of citizens, all that is necessary, but I think we still have a job to do with the platforms and their own responsibility, because they're the carriers of news and fake news.
With great power comes great responsibility. That is a quote from popular culture that is very much adequate in this case. Since we're slowly nearing the end of the debate now, perhaps some questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Hi, Melissa Murphy, United States. You spoke about access to facts, but there's a very insidious aspect of disinformation, and that's who's identified to receive the information and why. Nicola, you described a form of targeting. In agencies in the United States assert 1/3 of all Americans are targeted by their digital exhaust. The legislation, Section 230, is hotly debated for holding social media accountable for contesting disinformation. But what are your recommendations and concerns regarding digital exhaust?
I'm happy to start. The targeting of specific individuals is a key aspect here. Russian disinformation, for example, is trying to specifically target the American right. We are seeing how Iranian disinformation is trying to specifically target the American left. And frankly, sometimes they try to target both because they don't actually care. The thing to remember about disinformation, sometimes they care about the actual information that is being put forward. Other times they just want to get people arguing and fighting and losing sight of sort of what it means to be an American and why we're all connected to ourselves and to democracy, and make it seem like maybe democracy isn't the best system that's out there. So we see them targeting in different ways. Specifically as it relates to social media, which I think is obviously a key part of this discussion, a lot of the targeting is for younger Americans. We see that up to 90% of Gen Z individuals say that they use TikTok at least weekly for their news. We are seeing that that's closer to about 50% as you get older, and it gets very small as you reach obviously more senior populations. The one thing that I think is really important that we highlight, though, is that my concerns about regulation, and I agree regulation matters in some respects, but ultimately it actually is legal for me in the United States to say something A, hateful, and B, wrong. That is legal for me to do. It's legal for Elon Musk to do. So the question is, what makes disinformation a separate category that allows us to regulate it more? And I think there's a couple components to that. This is why Congress has specifically targeted TikTok, because of its foreign ownership and because we know that the CCP uses it in order to disseminate its information. So I think we just need to be mindful that one of the main challenges that social media presents to us all is that in the United States, at least, and I can't speak to other countries represented here, you're allowed to say whatever you want to say unless it meets two specific standards. One is, that whole example of calling fire in a movie theater, and the other is fighting words, right? So you can't incite people to violence. The problem with social media is you don't know who's receiving the information and what kinds of weapons, whether they're physical weapons or not, they have in their possession. So it's a completely different category, which is why I think regulation is a part of it, but probably not kind of central to it. The reason why the youth are being targeted is specifically because their education rate, frankly, is a lot lower. We look at fourth graders in the United States, only 43% of them can read. And if you can't have basic literacy, then you won't have media literacy. So this is why it all goes back to, in my view, Daniela's main point of this is an educational problem, and we need to inoculate specifically those communities that are being targeted by these campaigns.
And that is a very good point. I mean, in some cases, you also have this sort of nesting doll approach. You have an attractive current issue like woke culture in the media, but then the same influencer is also going to talk about like different issues, like saying, oh, if you're listening, look, spending money on Ukraine doesn't make sense and all that. And all of a sudden you actually are getting into this next level of...
And we have to be careful that we don't just categorize the things we disagree with as disinformation, right? And that's part of what's happening within, we're talking about the framing of this is where we're within an electoral process in the United States and with, I think it's 64 other countries internationally this year. So when you're in a moment like that, there's obviously going to be a lot of rhetoric, a lot of hyperpartisanship, but the problem is everybody says that what the other person is saying is disinformation. You can disagree with it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's disinformation.
No, of course, it's something that's manifestly untrue, like Ukraine is a dictatorship. I mean,
Correct.
That is
Correct.
manifestly not
Correct.
true, and yet you see this in the ongoing debate. Now, I think we do have time for one more quick question from the audience. Yes, please.
Thank you. Mantas Adominas, new Secretary General of the Community of Democracies. I actually want to build on what you said in these remarks. Isn't it the case that we've been talking about disinformation, I think, for close to 10 years already? And the progress has been fairly conspicuous by its absence. But isn't it the problem that when we start tackling disinformation through regulation, actually it evolves into trying to regulate all these things which are false, like all the health disinformation. It's not hostile. It doesn't arise from state actions. It's born out of obscurantism, stupidity, and simply ignorance. But when we try to tackle disinformation in this broad aspect, then we get kind of sunk in this morass of trying to educate society, and that's a kind of project which has been going since Enlightenment. Shouldn't we be more focused on hostile state actions like China, Russia, Iran, and identify these acts of disinformation as a primary target of regulation and not try to kind of transform society in as a whole?
I'll just very quickly weigh in. I apologize. I feel like I'm talking the most, and these folks are way more expert than I am. But I would say I agree with you, and I think what we also need to remember is that if the solution to disinformation is government censorship, then our adversaries, whose whole purpose is to undermine democracy and undermine freedom of speech and undermine American and international values, that gets achieved. So in some respect, their goal is achieved if we over-regulate, if we over-censor. So that's why we have to be really careful. And this is not an easy solution. I'm not suggesting, that there's nothing that can be done here. But I do think we need to really dive into these questions and understand that we have a lot of competing things here, and we need to take it seriously, because if we get it wrong, then we will be playing into their hands just as much as if we don't combat it at all.
And perhaps one of our guests would like to contribute to this issue?
Well, let me just say that I think there are two things happening at the same time. One is the spreading of disinformation, more and more sophisticated means used, videos that are created by AI, voice that has been artificially created. So the credibility of those pieces out there is higher when people consume it, and that's a big problem. But at the same time, and I think that's the point you were just alluding to, our political debates are getting more polarized, and some of the positions which may not be nice are not illegal or even illegitimate. And I think we have to get used to a debate which we have to develop a sane political controversy, a culture of controversy, but in an environment where we do our best to try and control and exclude actual disinformation that has a destructive purpose, but still stand our grounds in huge political controversy, because that's really the matter of our time at the moment. We have so many changes going on, so many challenges to our countries and societies, and we must be able to stand those controversies, because if not, governments that have been democratically elected will be accused of censorship, and that is already happening. And that, again, undermines credibility to a very large extent.
So it is a difficult balancing act, and it is a truly fascinating discussion. I wish I could say that we have much more time to discuss all this, that we can ask many more questions. Unfortunately, if I did so, that would be disinformation. But in any case, Carrie Filippetti, Daniela Schwarzer, Pasi Rajala, and Nicola Dimitrov were our guests today. Thank you very much for your contributions and for sharing your insight.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a fascinating conversation, what a great discussion to open up the democratic resilience track, a very, very important subject of how to tackle disinformation. And again, a great thanks to our great panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next part of the Warsaw Security Forum Democratic Resilience track, an important speech by a very important person, the Minister of Justice of Poland, Mr. Adam Bodnar, who will give his remarks about populism, on populism and future of Europe and how to shape resilient institutions. A lot of you know this has been a very important thing in Poland. It's a critical one when we think about democratic resilience, and it's a great honor and pleasure for me to invite Minister Bodnar, Adam Bodnar, on stage. Please join us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be with you during the Warsaw Security Forum. Congratulations to organizers, to Katarzyna and Zbigniew Pisarscy for making it happen for the next time in Warsaw. Thank you that you are here. I serve, starting from 13th December 2023, as the Polish Minister of Justice and the Prosecutor General of the Republic of Poland. And I would like to share with you some of my thoughts concerning the how to build resilient institutions, and basically what is the lesson coming from Poland to other countries, but also in terms of what is happening right now in Poland. As you know, between 2015 and 2023, we had a period in our history in which certain basic values of democracy and rule of law has been put under question. Poland was subject of different monitoring procedures by the European Union, by the Council of Europe, United Nations. There were numerous judgments of the Court of Justice of the EU and the European Court of Human Rights concerning judicial independence. And basically, after elections of 15th October 2023, elections that were I would say, historical because of the turnout. 75% of voters participated in elections. There was this very strong drive that we must recover from the rule of law crisis. And basically, Prime Minister Donald Tusk asked me to start this work. Starting from, as I said, the middle of December 2023, I do everything what is possible in order to provide for this process of the rule of law recovery. I think one of the important lessons for us already these days is that how to make it in such a way as not to violate at the same time some basic rules concerning the operation of the state, operation of the democracy. I'm of the opinion that any change concerning rule of law should happen within the limits of law. And it creates some opportunities because you can use existing legislation in order to make a real change, like, for example, the composition of for example, like the situation of presidents in courts where the change is happening, like the situation in some special institutions affiliated with the justice system. But at the same time, we experience that there are a number of institutional hurdles and problems that are more or less left by the previous administration. And so the question is how to do it in an efficient way, but at the same time, how to kind of operate in a system where those institutional obstacles and hurdles exist. But I think the most important part of this rule of law process is recovery of not only rule of law values, but creating or rebuilding the trust of international and European institutions. So that is why one of the first decisions of the new government was to join the European Public Prosecution Office, so-called EPPO, or European Prosecutor. The declaration has been sent to the European Commission just already in December 2023. Right now we are formally part of the EPPO. We are going to start like this practical cooperation with the beginning of new year. The Polish European prosecutor has been already selected. The name would be announced in a couple of days. Because of number of other actions, and especially because of limiting like undue pressure on judges, that was possible for the EU to unblock the EU recovery plan for Poland, but also to lift or to waive the Article 7 procedure concerning Poland. So this procedure which says that there is this ongoing high risk of violating rule of law. Right now the Commission says and the European and the Council of the European Union that basically there is no risk, but it does not mean that we have completed the process. We are still in this process to go forward. But I would like to say that for me, for the government, this proper cooperation with the EU, building trust, building proper attitude in terms of approach towards the rule of law, strengthening rule of law mechanisms within the European Union, as well as multilateral cooperation, especially at the level of the Council of Europe and the United Nations, but also OSCE, which has its Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights here in Warsaw. It is extremely important because we are kind of coming back from 8 years period where those values of multilateral cooperation in terms of rule of law and human rights have been undermined. And I think today is a very interesting day. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has elected a new judge to the European Court of Human Rights from Poland, Madame Anna Adamska-Galant, a person with a serious international experience. And why is it symbolic? Because 3 previous competitions for the same position has been challenged by the Council of Europe because of, I would say, number of formal and procedural problems and lack of trust into the I would say into the quality of the procedure. So right now we have a judge and nobody is questioning this procedure. And it is maybe a small point from the point of view of international relations, but extremely important from the point of view of international cooperation and regaining trust. But I think it is important to underline that we have this change in 2023 would not be possible without involvement of number of actors. And of course, if you would ask any politician, he or she would tell you, it is because of me I started in elections, I was selected to the parliament. But in fact, what was especially important during those years was the role of the civil society, human rights defenders, bar association, as well as academia in protesting against rule of law decline over all those years. Without the involvement of the civil society, without raising public awareness, without strategic litigation of cases, advocacy before international bodies, we wouldn't be in 2023. So, and because those values and the understanding of international documents as well as EU law has been strongly embedded into the work of the Polish NGOs and Polish attorneys, members of academia, it was possible to cooperate on international level and to all the time keep this flame of protest. And in my opinion, it is an important lesson for the European Union. And Poland is going to have a presidency in the EU next year, and one of our priorities for the next year would be how to support civil society, bar association, as well as academia in terms of their role in protecting rule of law, in educating people on the value of rights, on understanding of institutions or how the institutions work. And second point I would like to mention is that sometimes in well-established democracies, we think that certain institutions exist, they operate, and we take it for granted that we have independent courts, we have independent constitutional courts, independent prosecution office, and so on and so on. But please look that it is extremely possible and extremely easy for populists to undermine the credibility of those institutions. And here what comes is the so-called lesson number 2 from the famous book by Timothy Snyder, 20 Lessons from 20th Century. And Timothy Snyder says, you should protect institutions. So it should be our role, not just to wait for bad things to happen, but it should be our role in how to establish a system in which citizens are treating institutions as their own, that they are defending ombudsman, courts, independent newspapers, independent media, because they understand that their value for the democracy is extremely important. So that is one of these messages I would like to underline during the presidency. And the third point is that if you are taking care about institutions, they also should have this deep understanding that they not exist because they are just in the constitution or different legislative acts, but they have to deliver to individuals a certain result. Like, for example, look at the Court of Justice of the EU. For people like me, the Court of Justice is important because it was the protector of the rule of law in Poland. But for hundreds, thousands of Polish citizens, it was important because it provided jurisprudence concerning the fight with abusive loans, with so-called Swiss francs denominated loans. So people started to perceive the Court of Justice as a protector of their consumer rights and not this very abstract and general value which is the rule of law. And I think that we should think about the role of the institutions in this way. So to what extent they deliver certain results and to what extent they communicate this result to citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of the Polish presidency, I would like to say that we are going to put those issues strongly on the agenda. Second, we want to show that Poland could be a key and important partner in rebuilding trust towards public institutions and strengthening the rule of law mechanisms. And we hope also that we would like to strengthen the role of the European Public Prosecution Office, which is important not only in terms of fighting against financial abuse in the EU, but also against any forms of circumventing Russian-related sanctions. And finally, I would like to say, and I really believe that Poland's role in the context of the rule of law should be not only about EU, but it should be also about strengthening the transatlantic dialogue on the rule of law and the cooperation within the Weimar Triangle. I really believe that thanks to all those connections, we can build resilient institutions and a strong state. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Adam Bodnar, for those important remarks and telling us the recent story of Poland's struggle for democracy and the great importance of democratic institutions and the resilience of institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be slowly moving to our next panel, an important discussion on the different dimensions of total defense. We're hearing so much about the military elements of defense on this forum, but it's so critical to look into the softer side of those components that are so critical for us to face the challenges. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a great pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of this session, Elena Lazaru, Senior Fellow at the Chatham House and a great colleague here of our team in Warsaw. Elena, please join us.
So a very good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in Warsaw at the Warsaw Security Forum, and I'm sure you've all been enjoying but also reflecting on the conversations as I have. I'm Elena Lazaru, I'm a fellow at Chatham House, and I'm here today to talk about a very timely, very relevant issue with a very distinguished panel of speakers. We will be discussing different dimensions of total defense, a concept that is very much back. It's a concept that blends together military defense and civil defense, and I think we've all, in a way or another, been speaking about concepts that link us to that when we talk about resilience, when we talk about civil protection, when we talk about critical infrastructure, when we talk about maintaining state functioning, when we talk about health security. All of this links up to essentially safe societies, safe civil space, in a time when at the same time defense in its traditional sense, in its military sense, reacting to kinetic warfare and really stepping up every aspect of defense, territorially and otherwise, has become very much part of our daily life, as I think we're seeing here in this forum every day. So to discuss how total defense is implemented, is conceptualized, but also what it means to individual countries, we have a really esteemed, distinguished, and well-informed panel. Carl Oskar Bolin, Minister for Civil Defense in Sweden. Markus Meder, State Secretary for Security Policy, Switzerland, and Major General Karol Molenda, Commander of the Cyber Command in the Polish Armed Forces. And without further ado, I will start with Minister Bolin to talk to us about how the current security environment has, in his country, Sweden, led to the refining and the reconceptualizing of total defense and how this is being implemented. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. I think this is a very important topic. I think, first of all, it's about the notion of where we are in terms of the security situation and the realization that basically the whole of the Western Hemisphere needs to catch up with the security situation that has been deteriorating for the better part of 15 years. And that, I would say, has not been done properly, and that needs us to realize that time is of the essence. And Sweden, as well as many other countries in the Western Hemisphere, we truly enjoyed the peacetime dividend. And we didn't maybe soon enough realize that the tides were turning. So Sweden, back in 2015, after the first annexation, the Russian annexation of Crimea, decided to reestablish its total defense concept. But the pace of that work was quite slow initially because sufficient funding was not put forward. But what we've now done since this government took office in Sweden is that we are substantially raising the bar and investing in robustness over society. And it's about the notion that preparing society for handling an armed aggressor, a dynamic antagonist, is something totally different than preparing society for peacetime crisis. And so I think it's about a cultural shift that needs to take place and that Sweden is undergoing right now. And it's about the notion that you have to do this in a holistic way, because the experience from what's now unfolding in Ukraine is obviously that all of society is put under enormous attrition and enormous pressure, and you need to sort of try to build a chain without weak links so that the rest of society can partake in the defense effort, and creating a strong civil defense as a part of the total defense concept is an integrated part of a modern defense posture and a part of our collective deterrence, I would say.
Thank you. Integrated approach, whole of society approach, I think it is very much the buzzwords in this conversation. And State Secretary, Switzerland has had a long tradition in total defense. The national service includes both defense, military service, but also civil defense. Can you share with us your thoughts on how this history has influenced the way that Switzerland now implements total defense, how recent factors have changes? Has Russia's war in Ukraine changes, and has technological change affected the way you think about civil defense?
Well, first of all, thank you also from my side to invite me for this important panel topic. Yes, the concept of total defense is not new to Switzerland. It's basically a product of the 20th century wars in Europe. As a small nation, Switzerland realized that it had to mobilize all its efforts and all its resources as a nation to actually be able to survive in such a challenging environment. And during the Cold War, that was then perfectionized into a system where not only the military defense, but all sectors of government and of society had to contribute for national security, basically. So that was also a strong civil defense organization which could take care of the population in times of crisis and conflict. That was also realizing that we need a strong national cohesion to be able to actually have a population which is ready to stand up for its values. But it also entailed a strong national economic supply situation. So to actually be able to get over shortages, and also, of course, in time of a conflict, to be able to deliver the key services and to have functioning critical infrastructure. So everything had to be woven together somehow in this system. And we worked on that during the Cold War and had a good system. And frankly speaking, after the end of the Cold War, the effort obviously was loosening a bit. The system is still in place. But now coming to your latest part of your question, now with the new situation in Europe, with the Russian aggression against the sovereign neighboring state, also Switzerland realized that conflict and war is back to Europe. And we also have to recalibrate, update, and further develop our total defense system.
Thank you very much. And you've alluded to that the conflict is back, and it's not just military conflict, it's also economic conflict, and it's also technological conflict, and it fits in very, very much with the Swedish Defense Committee paper. But I want to stay on the technological side of this conflict and move into cyber, because we have Major General Molinda, who is commander of the Cyber Command in the Polish Armed Forces. And I want to ask, how has the new way of conflict, cyber conflict, affected your work, cyber defense? We've had a discussion right before about, the resources, financial and personnel, that have been very much increased in your command. So how does the environment fit into the cyber defense sphere, and that in total defense?
A very good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here among such a distinguished panelists. So definitely let me start with saying that technology shapes our reality. So it plays a ever increasing role with the way we handle our conflict, we fight our wars. And of course, as military, we have understood that digital transformation is imperative, and we are not able, or we cannot fight tomorrow's wars with yesterday's tools. So that was the idea of also having a balance with the technology, and my command is responsible not only for cybersecurity but also for providing solutions like networks to entire armed forces. But I could give you an example, because Poland became a center of gravity when we think about help provided to Ukrainians. So we have like a logistic hub here in Poland where about 80% of help aid flows through. So you can imagine that because of that, Poland became on the target list of those APTs, malicious actors. So we have seen 5 times more attempts of attack on our infrastructure since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. So that is the answer from the groups that are affiliated with Russia Federation. And of course, they target not only military networks, but also our partners, critical infrastructure, transportation, logistic. So everything that is somehow involved in the process of providing help. So that is the reason we engage heavily, not also to keep the level of cybersecurity in our networks, but also to provide help to our partners, to inform them. And I believe the best lesson is that the speed of information sharing, because we noticed that we deal with the same threat actor, who used the same set of tools, but because of the situation that we not share CTI or Intel with great speed, we deal with the same problems or challenges. So recently we started lots of initiatives to change our posture from need to know to need to share. So if you see something that is targeting your networks or could be a danger to your partner, please inform in a speed mode. And that is the reason when we invest in our communication channels and to keep the information about a threat even, not on the secret level, which will take time to be shared, but on class if it's possible.
Thank you. And you've given me a good pass there with the sharing of intelligence, because of course that is something that happens within NATO as well. And Sweden has just joined NATO. NATO in its most recent strategic concept has also defined the cyberspace as a domain of warfare, and where Article 5 can be invoked. And I wonder, what can Sweden bring to NATO in that sector of total defense, as hybridity makes NATO also very much involved in other aspects of defense, not only traditional military, but also further than that?
Well, I would say that Sweden could bring a lot to the table in terms of sheer competence on this matter. We were an early country to digitize and to adopt, and I think we were among the winning teams of the NATO cyber defense exercise that was being held, I think it was last year or so. But what I would like to say on this topic is that this domain obviously presents a variety of threat vectors directed straight to the civil part of society, and therefore it must be viewed as an integral part of a modern civil defense. And what we're now doing in Sweden is that we are trying to re-establish a new national cybersecurity center that has the goal to be sort of a one-stop shop for all actors in society that is providing critical services to society, to get help with incident response, to get help with responding to vulnerabilities, etc. And we're trying to work with the British National Cybersecurity Centre as sort of a role model for this, because I think they've done it in a very good way. So we will establish our new cybersecurity centre, forming directly under the National SIGINT Intelligence Agency, the FRA in Sweden. And I think that will bring bring a missing piece to be able to sort of handling the threat that this domain poses to the broad scope of society.
Thank you. State Secretary Meder, together with the various concepts linked to the cyberspace and new technologies, cognitive warfare has come back with new meanings. And I know you've worked on this a lot, but could you tell us a bit about what policies and what kind of strategies can be employed to counter the threat of cognitive warfare?
Yeah, I think the threat of cognitive warfare is probably one of the most important elements of a total defense system, to be able to make sure that the harmful impact of disinformation and fake news and cognitive warfare, foreign interference, we have many names for the same thing or for similar things, cannot destabilize our societies, our states, especially free democracies and liberal societies have to make sure that they have a good balance between security and freedom. And because of that, it's probably one of the first lines of defense to be able to fend off and resist against such interferences. And I think it's also a very good example for why total defense is not just military, it's all together. You can only go against disinformation campaigns when you have all the actors working together. So the authorities, the intelligence service, research centers, but also the media. I think a strong and independent media sector is very important, which does the appropriate fact-checking and is still independent, but also is ready to work together with the authorities and the other sectors of society to make sure that we can keep our stability, even if some adversaries are trying to destabilize and cause confusion in our decision making and ultimately try to paralyze the ability of a state to act. So I think cognitive warfare is an integral part when we think about total defense and national security.
Thank you. And a big challenge there for policy making, because also education policy, bringing in the local level, all of it is linked. And as any policy choice, of course, I want to get to the thing that everyone thinks about or tries not to think about, which is financial and human resources. Where are they allocated when a policy choice is made, when a strategy is changed? And General Melinda, we've been talking about this a bit, and I wanted to ask a bit if you could give us a sense of how the cyber defense and has changed the way in which personnel is allocated, the skill needs and the financial needs of your command. And then I hope we leave 5 minutes for questions with the audience.
Thank you. So definitely from the very beginning of my journey on this position, when I was appointed as a plenipotentiary of Minister of Defense to establish cyber forces in Poland, I was aware that the key is talent, the people who will join us. And of course, I wouldn't like to hunt for talent. I was willing to create ones. So that was the reason we invest in different projects. Like we tripled the numbers of students at Military University of Technology. We established Cybersecurity High School, Military One, next to Military University of Technology. We established high school classes around Poland, 16 such, in every region. So after a few years, our resources, they are coming and joining our command. So nowadays, I'm pleased and privileged to lead the team of experts. Like we are about 6,500 of such, but the resources are needed to keep the pace of technology change. But even though I believe that the lesson is not only that invest in talent and create environment that they could grow and upskill and gain knowledge, which is necessary in cyber domain because of the pace of technology changes. Nevertheless, I believe it's very worth to mention that communication, cooperation with others is as important because there's no single entity, individual organization that has all resources, all authorities, and see like networks or threats on levels. So we should and we try our best to communicate, to work with each other, to play to one goal. And then in Poland, there's also a kind of concept that we create a center, like fusion centers or integrated cyber center, when people like from different institutions will sit with each other and share with each other and synchronize their activities and coordinate efforts.
Thank you. So coordination, interoperability, avoidance of duplications in civil defense and military defense, all of these very much resonate. Now, I want to open the floor for any questions that may be had, or I can see a hand there, it's in the shadows.
Oh, me?
Yes. If you could have a microphone and identify yourself, and make it short, please.
Okay. My name is Samuel Waite. I come from the USA. So my question is briefly for Mr. Boland. Back in January, you made a statement that there could be war in Sweden, and there was reports of children who called the therapist helpline. Do you believe that that talk of civil defense can be taken too far, and that it could backfire and lead to unnecessary resistance?
I don't see another hand up, so maybe you'll take this one.
Okay, thank you. The short answer is no, not from the position we come from. We've had the fortunate circumstances to have peace for 210 years in Sweden. And so I think that also does something to the population, and to raise awareness about the dire security situation that we all find ourselves in. I don't see that as a bad thing, because as I sometimes say, that we now find ourselves in a situation where the delta between the best case scenario and the worst case scenario have never been larger, or not for a long period of time. And the uncertainties is very large. And to prepare for the worst case scenario, rather than just hoping for the best case scenario, is at least this government's approach to the security situation that we find ourselves in. Thank you.
I think there is another hand up. It's in the shadows. Yes. Yes.
Good morning. I just have a quick question. The gentleman mentioned need to share. My name is Arthur Pishatowski. The gentleman mentioned need to share. How is need to share implemented on a society-wide basis? For example, see something, say something in terms of other threats, right? So how is need to share implemented on a society-wide basis when we as citizens experience a hacking or some sort of disinformation campaign during meetings within which we participate? It always ends up in a way, oh, just a little bit of laughing, oh, this happened. But we don't have a system by which we communicate to you as citizens in terms of this difficulty which we've encountered somewhere. And that's my question. To what degree does such a system or a plan for such a system exist?
Thank you. The question is for the General, but I think maybe later on we'll have the rest of you come in on this. So, General.
Thank you for the question. So definitely there always is a room for improvement, you know. So the question, of course, should be to ask my Minister of Digitalization, because they have a responsibility to inform, create this security awareness programs. And I know that they're doing their best to inform societies. I can give you an example from my area, so from military point of view. So when we see our partners, because we depend, like military, we depend on civilian infrastructure, for example, logistic, transportation. So we establish channels of communication with experts dealing with cybersecurity there. And my team on the operational room, they are authorized to share all information that is needed to protect the infrastructure as well. So if we see something, if we have intel that shows that there's something going on, malicious activities going on, there's a vulnerability, there's a zero-day being used by APTs groups, our experience from knowing techniques and procedures used by APTs groups, we share with our partners. And one example from NATO, but something unique as well, which took place in Poland. So we noticed that nations are not willing to share information on class about cases like very severe, very affect their infrastructure. So we created a communication channel. We have a meeting called CERT Summit once per year, when like-minded countries sitting around the table. It is on NATO secret level. And the idea for that is you can sit around the table and hear the rest explaining about the cases that were severe in the infrastructure, but you have to show your case as well. And then the conclusion is, as I mentioned, we deal the same threat actor, we deal with the same techniques and procedures, but because of the maybe not as efficient way of communicating with each other, sharing with each other, we have to deal with the same cyber weapon.
Thank you.
In other case,
we're running out of. Sorry to interrupt. We're running out of time, and I do want to give the State Secretary a last word on this as well. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just on the sharing of information that is factual among citizens, best practice in 30 seconds.
Okay, that's a tall order. Maybe more in a philosophical sense, I think we all agree that we don't want a society where everybody spies on each other. But I think what we want is a population, a society which is aware of the threats and challenges, which is aware at what is at stake, which understands that freedom is not free, and which is ready not just to be persons concerned, but to consider themselves to be active participants in national security.
Thank you. Well, if we had any doubt that defense concerns each and every one of us in this room and outside, I think this panel has given us some food for thought, and I would suggest that next year the panel on the same theme have a bit more time because we have a lot to talk about. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to the speakers and to the forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had another very interesting discussion. It was great to hear from the panelists on the formats, on the challenges, on the prospects for total defense, and a great thanks to Elena for a wonderful moderation of the session. We'll be moving to the next part of our democratic resilience track of the Warsaw Security Forum, where we will which will take us to the South Caucasus and a very important discussion on the global order and democracy. So we're going to reach out more into the geopolitics and the connections that we're looking at, values and the relations between countries. And a lot is happening recently in the South Caucasus, and we're extremely privileged to be able to hear directly from His Excellency Ararat Mirzoyan, who's the foreign minister of Armenia. We just had a chance to talk recently in Yerevan, and I can assure you there are some fascinating things happening in the region. And this will be moderated by Anja Welher-Schock, who's the head of international politics at Der Tagesspiegel in Germany. So please, a great round of applause, and I'd like to welcome Anja on the stage. Please join us.
A warm welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel this morning, which is entitled Global Order and Democracy, a Map for the South Caucasus. My name is Anja Welher-Schock, and I'm the international editor at the German newspaper Tagesspiegel. And please join me in a warm welcome to our panelists this morning. Ararat Mirzoyan, he is the foreign minister of Armenia. Please join me in giving him a hand and welcoming to this panel. Ararat Mirzoyan has been his country's foreign minister since 2021. From 2018 to 2019, he was the deputy prime minister of his country. He served 2 terms as a member of parliament, and from 2019 to 2021, he was the president of his country's parliament. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll, of course, look specifically at Armenia today, but since we're talking about global order, let's start off with a very current development-related topic. Iran, a neighboring country to Armenia, fired more than 100 rockets on Israel last night. Are you concerned that there will be a regional war, and what would be the implications for your country?
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion. And the very first question was quite a tough one, I should confess. You know, we in Armenia, if you know the general geopolitical situation and the trends and the policies in South Caucasus, we in Armenia, we do our best to achieve peace in our region. And here we see that some other countries in larger neighborhoods strike each other with missiles. Of course, we are concerned. Of course, we cannot encourage or welcome any escalation, and we can only hope that this conflict finds its soonest possible settlement.
Let's zoom in a little bit. The conflict around the Karabakh region has been a driver of conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan for decades, and a little more than a year ago, following the offensive by Azerbaijan, more than 140,000 people were displaced and found refuge in Armenia. How has Armenia managed to take in this massive influx of people?
In terms of only receiving the refugees, the forced displaced population of Nagorno-Karabakh, it was a huge challenge, you know, and I think for any government in the world, it is quite a challenge to receive more than 100,000 refugees in 2-3 days. We did our best to meet the immediate needs of these people, give them shelter, I don't know, food, some things, essential things. And of course, we applied to the assistance of the international community, and we appreciate all the assistance we achieved. Now it is the time for the next stage, I would say. We need to somehow meet the mid-term and longer-term needs. And first of all, here I'm speaking about the housing problem, but also employment and bigger efforts would be needed here. But our policy is that if there is no possibility, no opportunity for these people to go back to their homes, then our policy is to make every possible effort to ensure that these people are integrated into the society of Republic of Armenia, find their job, and build their new homes in our country and stay in Armenia.
And how has this development impacted your government's efforts to democratization in Armenia?
Well, not only this influx of refugees, but the roots of this issue. I mean, the attack of Azerbaijan, and it happened in 2023, but the whole story started in 2020 when a war was launched by Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh. And then in the course of the war, or during the aftermath, Azerbaijani forces entered and invaded also into the sovereign territories of Republic of Armenia. So this is the whole story. And of course, in this situation, many in Armenia came up with the questions. They start questioning the efficiency of democracy. And, interestingly, the question was like the following. Okay, democracy is probably good internally for the prosperity of the people, etc., but whether democracy is able to ensure our security as well. So after the war, which I spoke about, a serious internal crisis emerged in Republic of Armenia, and to give some solution to this situation, we decided to have snap parliamentary elections. We had snap parliamentary elections in 2021, and democracy was among the main things which was being discussed during the electoral campaign. Well, fortunately, the political party which was lobbying for democracy, my political party, we won the elections and formed the government. So this means that citizens of Armenia supported two things. First of all, peace agenda of the government, and also the further democratization of the country.
How have these developments impacted the population's stance towards Russia? Russia used to hold its hand over Armenia in this conflict, but stood by when the Azerbaijani offensive came last year. Has this pushed Armenians away from Russia, possibly towards Europe?
Very interesting question, and you know, it's not a secret anymore that there is a huge frustration in Armenian society regarding Russia's assistance and alliance with Russia, because for decades people of Armenia was thinking that if something like this happens, Russia will help us, will protect us, etc., etc. So now people of Armenia saw that this is not the case. We don't get assistance. Moreover, you know that after the war of 2020, Russian peacekeepers were sent to Nagorno-Karabakh to ensure the security of population of Nagorno-Karabakh. And we saw that during this forced displacement, the peacekeeping mission did not work. It did not justify itself. Moreover, we are a formal member of a collective security treaty organization with Russia and other countries. And when we had attacks on our internationally recognized borders, we saw that again, neither Russia nor our formal allies from CSTO, they did not react. At least their reaction was not fitting with our expectations. So, of course, as one can assume, this created huge frustration, and now people in Armenia, they are considering some other options. As I said, and the topic is connected with democracy, so we truly believe in democracy, and understandably this brings us closer to the European Union, to the United States. So in the context of the values of the society, we have been close to the EU, to the Western countries, but in the context of security, psychologically, people of Armenia, they were connecting themselves to the Russia. Now, this second component crashed, and people don't see any other reason why not to fully tie themselves with the European Union, for instance.
Let me come back to that later. I wanted to have a look with you at the peace agreement. Azerbaijan and Armenia have been negotiating for months. It seems to be stuck right now. Can you shed some light on where you stand?
Well, huge work has been done during recent 2-3 years, despite all the challenges, the escalations, attacks on Armenian territory. We, the Armenian side, we have been very constructive during the negotiations. You know, there are good news and bad news here. The good news is that we succeeded, we somehow managed to have some success with the Azerbaijani party. For instance, most recently we adopted the first ever legal document between the two countries. So we adopted the regulation on the joint work of the respective border commissions. So this is these commissions work on the delimitation of the border between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And in this document, we managed to agree that the basis of the delimitation process should be the Alma-Ata Declaration of 1991, which is quite an achievement. Not to overload you with the details, I would only say that, among other things, Alma-Ata Declaration of 1991 stated that the parties, which are former Soviet Union republics, basically 12 of the 15 Soviet Union republics, they adopted this document. So according to this document, among other things, the republics recognized that the former administrative borders between them as Soviet socialist republics now become internationally recognized interstate borders. So this means that we have a border with Azerbaijan, and while starting delimiting this border, we have a solid ground, solid basis. This is quite an achievement. But this was the good news. The bad news is that there are some other topics that we are negotiating around. For instance, the more comprehensive document, the peace treaty. So imagine we have a situation when we have an almost completed, finalized text of peace treaty. There is a draft. But we don't sign it. So the Azerbaijani side is reluctant to sign this peace document, peace agreement. For some reasons, I don't know, for some calculations, they come up with new and new preconditions each time, and we see that they don't want to sign the document. So this time they say that there are more things that could be agreed. We believe that there is no single agreement in the world between any two countries which regulates all the aspects, all the spheres of their relations. Meanwhile, we can sign this, a very serious document to start with, and then continue negotiating over remaining issues. So we don't see this political will from Azerbaijani side.
So in November, Baku will host the COP27, the climate conference. Do you think this could be a driver in accelerating the peace process?
I hope so. I hope so, because if you remember, we supported Azerbaijani candidacy for having this COP29 event in Baku. And indeed, I really believe that there is a momentum, there is a real opportunity to close the page of conflict in our region, at least between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and open a new page of era of peace and cooperation. Why not? There, in our corner of the planet. But yeah, the reality is something else.
So many Armenians are still worried about possible threats coming from Azerbaijan. How can you instill a sense of confidence in them that there will be a sustainable peace?
Absolutely. There are serious concerns that Azerbaijan has further military plans regarding Armenia, has further plans regarding Armenia's territories. I can bring an example. Nowadays, Azerbaijani side uses the narrative of Western Azerbaijan, which, you know, basically coincides with almost the whole territory of the Republic of Armenia. They assure us that this is not a territorial claim, but unfortunately the impression is completely different. So you ask how we can, or me as a minister or my government can give confidence. Unfortunately, I cannot give a confidence, but because I am not confident about the peaceful plans of Azerbaijan.
Well, I would say that's a bad point of start for peace negotiations, but let's hope that there will be progress. The EU has been sending a monitoring mission to monitor the border on the Armenian side. What difference has this made?
EU sent a monitoring mission, and interestingly, Azerbaijan did not agree to have the same mission on their side of the border. So this mission monitors the situation only from the Armenian side of the border. And we should confess that since its deployment, there hasn't been any major escalation. So it works, it really works, and we highly appreciate this effort of the European Union. And by the way, speaking about the European Union, if you don't mind, this is not the only tool that now is used to strengthen Armenia's resilience, be it economic resilience, be it, political resilience, or to ensure somehow stability in the region. So there are several other tools which are aimed to strengthen Armenia's resilience, as I said, but also to bring EU closer to Armenia and Armenia closer to EU. We just launched the visa liberalization dialogue. We just got the support of the European Union under European Peace Facility, which is, almost an unbelievable thing, having in mind, considering the fact that Armenia is still a formal member of the CSTO. Mm-hmm. And some other things. We now work over a new comprehensive document, which is untitled a new partnership agenda. So more is coming.
Could Armenia fathom...
Many things are happening between Armenia and EU. Yeah.
Okay. Could Armenia fathom leaving the CSTO?
We have frozen our membership. Mm-hmm. And we don't have any intention to return to those relations that existed before these incidents.
Mm-hmm. But
we cannot,
leaving?
And we do not see ourselves in an alliance, a military alliance, which does not work. So,
what prevents Armenia from formally leaving the CSTO?
I think all of us should be more careful, and it's not a big secret that stability should be a priority, and the processes which can possibly take place should be well calculated and managed, and also, the risk management, etc. So it's not a very simple question.
So Armenia has had traditionally extremely difficult relations with Turkey, but there's been a process of normalization. At the end of July, both special envoys met at the shared border. What has been the development?
Yes, special envoys met, but also there are regular meetings and phone conversations between foreign ministers. Also, the president of Turkey and prime minister of Armenia meet from time to time. The last meeting between them took place just a few days ago in New York on the margins of UN General Assembly a week. And, the overall atmosphere is quite positive. We have agreed that, and this agreement was reached months ago, or more than a year ago, we have agreed that there is no precondition, neither by the Turkish side nor by the Armenian side. We have agreed that the outcome of this process should be the full normalization of relations between Armenia and Turkey. We have agreed that as a first serious step, diplomatic relations should be established between the two countries, but also the border, which has been closed for more than 3 decades, should be open for at least third country citizens and also Armenian and Turkish nationals, so citizens who have diplomatic passports. But we see that this does not happen on the ground. The border is still closed there, and there are no diplomatic relations. Although there have been some positive developments as well, our experts studied and we renovated, reconstructed some infrastructure on the border where the passage should be open. Also now our experts make the same study, and we assume that we will continue these works. We should reconstruct the infrastructure where we have the railway passage, railway gate. But nevertheless, the border is still closed. And interestingly, in the context of Armenian-Turkish dialogue, there is no problem of Armenian-Turkish nature. The only problem is, and our Turkish colleagues say this, the only problem is the non-finalized normalization between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So the Turkish counterparts think that we can finalize Armenian-Turkish normalization only after Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization, while we, in Armenia think that, in the contrary, if we have an achievement in the context of Armenian-Turkish normalization, that would have positive impact on Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization.
So unfortunately, we're almost at the end of our discussion. Why don't you wrap us off by telling us a little bit how Armenia sees its path towards the EU? Your government has made it very clear that it wants to get closer to the EU. What path do you see?
Well, I already mentioned earlier that we are right in the middle of process of bringing Armenia and the European Union closer to each other. I already mentioned that there are several tools and mechanisms that are being discussed right now. We have already had some serious achievements, and some more are being discussed right now. What I can add to this is that many in Armenia now loudly, more and more loudly, speak about Armenia's membership in the European Union. I can say that people of Armenia, they have European aspirations, but also have questions what would be the European response to these aspirations.
Yes, well, unfortunately, we've neared the end of our discussion. Thank you so much for joining us for this talk. Thank you so much, Minister Ararat Mirzoyan. And please stay tuned for the following panels. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that was a very, very interesting discussion, and I'm sure we're all delighted to hear insights about so important events happening in the South Caucasus and how a shift is happening in this extremely important geopolitically region. So again, a great many thanks to our special guest, His Excellency the Foreign Minister, and thank you, Anya, for excellent moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the opportunity to listen to remarks from the partner of the Warsaw Security Forum, a representative of Google, and it's my great pleasure to invite Ms. Heather Adkins, who's a Vice President of Security Engineering at Google, who will deliver her remarks now. Please, Heather, join us on stage.
Heather Adkins, and I'm the Vice President of the Office of Cybersecurity Resilience at Google. I've been in cybersecurity for over 25 years, 22 of those at Google. And it has been both an honor and quite an exciting adventure over my long career. I wanted to open today's conversation on AI. We'll have a panel a little bit later. I wanted to open it a little bit by framing the challenges I've seen it over my career. We talk about the defender's dilemma. If you are in a cybersecurity defense job today, it feels like you have to be perfect all the time. Every device must be properly configured, all the software must be updated, and you must work quickly to find and defend against attackers. The attackers, however, have a much easier job. They only have to be right one time, as opposed to all the time. And this asymmetric nature of cybersecurity is what we call the defender's dilemma. And it is largely what we have been trying to solve for in cybersecurity for over 3 decades. I wanted to share a little bit today about this challenge. We'll talk about that, but I also wanted to share my optimism on some things that we are seeing go well and some things we are getting right. And the stakes couldn't be higher. The asymmetrical nature of cybersecurity is the reasons we have headlines like this. It's the reason we are seeing a 300% increase in attacks on NATO this year. It's the reason why ransomware syndicates are taking down hospitals and denying people life-saving care. And it's also the reason why here in Poland, and it's a great honor to be here in Warsaw talking about this topic. It's the reason why here in Poland we see over 1,000 attacks against Polish companies here, making Poland the single highest targeted nation in Europe. And that's extraordinary if we think about that. And in the last 6 months alone, we have seen that increase further 130%. Right? This challenge begins to seem extraordinary. And again, it's part of a much longer trend. But let me talk a little bit about why we are feeling so optimistic. And it comes down to really two things. The first is the notion of community. Nations all over the world, as I travel everywhere, have cybersecurity defenders. They have nations and governments that are increasingly aware of the problem. They have NGOs, journalists, citizens on the ground who are all deeply involved in trying to help. Some of the work we've been doing at Google, for example, here in Poland, are around elections. Poland had elections last year. And we were able to engage to train thousands of campaign workers, journalists, and government officials to protect themselves, to turn on our highest level of security we have for our products, and then to share threat intelligence about what we are seeing on the ground during the elections. You see here a graph. This is the number of denial of service attacks against Polish government websites, and you can see there's a big spike on the day of the election. One of the things we've been able to do is use our vast global infrastructure to help absorb these high traffic attacks so that government websites can stay online, so voters can find how to vote, where to vote, and how to engage in their democracy. And this kind of community participation and community outreach and collaboration is one of the reasons why I feel so positive and optimistic about the cybersecurity challenge today. But I also feel very positive because we now have a piece of technology that we've never had before: artificial intelligence. And this probably evokes both a positive response and a little bit of a fear response when you say it. I think a lot of people have mixed feelings. We've been using artificial intelligence for over a decade. This is not new technology. It's not just Google. But for example, if you are a Gmail user or you use Google Workspace, the enterprise version of our product, an AI model behind the scenes is automatically filtering 99.9% of all spam, phishing, and fraud attacks from your inbox, automatically protecting you every day. And you probably don't realize there's a sophisticated model behind that. Similarly, if you're on an Android phone, we scan 200 billion Android apps every day, looking for malicious apps that we can flag and then remove from devices. And again, this is happening automatically behind the scenes. And these are different kinds of artificial intelligence. They're not large language models that we're playing with today, but now we have this additional tool. And artificial intelligence in the hands of cyber defenders, we think, will actually turn the tide on the defender's dilemma and actually give defenders the kinds of tools that will help them analyze more data and move faster than we have ever been able to move before. And this will be a journey. We'll talk a little bit more on the panel about this. But it holds the promise to actually begin to reduce the amount of vulnerability in our systems so that threat actors cannot take advantage of us. Okay. That's why I'm optimistic. But I also want to acknowledge that with new technology comes challenges. And we understand that generative AI in particular can be used to create synthetic content. What you see here is a screen capture of a video from March of 2022. This was posted to Ukrainian websites. In this video, one would appear to see President Zelensky surrendering to Russia. This was not actually President Zelensky. This is a deepfake video. But it's the kind of thing that you can see might undermine faith not only in the administration of President Zelensky, but also in technology. Because if you can create this kind of dangerous content, why would we trust the technology that does so? And so one of the things that we realize we must absolutely do as an industry, and it's not just Google, it's in coalition with partners like Microsoft and OpenAI and others, is we must begin to use this technology in parallel to making sure that it can be trusted. And this means securing AI from the ground up. It means making sure that we can actually empower defenders by making sure they have as much access to AI as the threat actors do. And it means continuing the research on how to keep things safe over the long term. In June of 2023, we created this framework to help the broader community think about the kinds of things we have to do. Each one of these steps has a checklist of things we have to think about as we think about securing artificial intelligence for today and for the future. We call this our SAFE framework, our secure AI framework. But we also have to engage in industry coalitions together to create safer AI. So we've joined the Frontier Model Forum. So if you've heard of an AI company, they are probably part of this forum as they develop their foundational models. We are doing that with safety in mind as a coalition, even though we are competitors. And this is incredibly important so that everybody feels like they can trust the technology we're giving. We've also been working in the academic community to combat deepfakes. So for example, Synth ID is technology that it would allow you to identify a deepfake, allow us to label it so that if you see it online, you as the user, as the receiver of that information, can make an informed judgment as to whether or not you trust that content. And again, this is research that's happening in the open, and it's happening in collaboration. And finally, we are bringing together coalitions such as the Coalition for Secure AI to help businesses and organizations take the technology and incorporate it safely into their enterprise, so that if they are interested in using this, they know what it's going to take to be privacy preserving, safe in their environment, and also effective. And again, this isn't just Google, it is a coalition. So I want to wrap up here and we're going to switch to the panel, but let me just leave you again with my sense of optimism that even though there are challenges with new technology, as there has been with every new technology we have ever harnessed or invented, it comes also with the stark realization that we must be bold and responsible. And that is happening in coalition with tech partners and with governments all over the world. With that, just thank you so much for a few minutes of your time, and we're going to switch to the panel now and give us a moment. Thank you.
Heather, thank you for this very insightful presentation. I learned a lot. So welcome everyone to our next panel discussion on the impact of AI on security and the economy. And I would like to welcome three distinguished experts who are on the forefront of AI innovation. And one of them is, again, Ms. Heather Atkins, Vice President of Security Engineering at Google. Bryce Goodman, Chief Strategist for AI and Machine Learning at the U.S. Department of Defense's Defense Innovation Unit. And Piotr Sankowski, Research Group Leader at NCBR Ideas in Poland. Please have a seat. So my first question to all the panelists is, what do you see as the most significant security challenges posed by the integration of AI into critical systems? And how should governments and industries prepare for these challenges? Heather?
Well, I think I just spoke at quite some length about this. I do think that we are going to have to reason carefully about where we place AI and how much we trust it in certain applications. We think this human-on-the-loop principle is very important for artificial intelligence, where we keep humans involved in the decision-making process. And I think by doing that, it really gives us a guiding principle for the next decade as we do this. Yeah.
Bryce?
I mean, I think all of the concerns that were, I would echo. My only, I guess the only place that I would maybe challenge is I think human in the loop is maybe not realistic in all cases, right? There are lots of cases where the whole reason we're introducing AI is because of the speed of decision making that needs to take place. So I think the question is, obviously setting the intent of an AI system must always be done by a human. But there is this question of in some cases we may be operating in a comms denied environment, and the entire point of relying on AI is that it is capable of making autonomous decisions. And then the question becomes, well, what kinds of decisions should we delegate, and what should we reserve, even if that has an impact on our tactical ability?
Yes. So I think so. In general, I have huge hopes that the introduction of AI to organizations will really extremely help them. So I think that I think that there are two challenges, and in a sense, I always think that AI. I mean, there is always a risk that AI is mimicking us, but in some cases it can be better because, when we talk about fairness, so we actually can define fairness for artificial intelligence systems, whether we don't really do this for people. So I think when we actually will be supported by AI in organizations and companies, then I hope that this will lead to more objective and more fair decisions.
Thank you. Bryce, I have a question for you. From a defense perspective, how is AI changing the landscape of national security? And are we adequately prepared for AI-driven threats like autonomous weapons or AI-powered cyber attacks? And what strategies are being developed within the U.S. Department of Defense to counter these threats? And if I may, one last question related to this. What types of solutions to these threats would you ideally like to see coming from the private sector?
Yeah, so I think what we've seen is a challenge to a global world order where 15 years ago, there were only a handful of countries in the world that were capable of carrying out precision strikes. And now anybody who has $1,000 and access to some explosives can carry out a drone attack. And the result has been a totally asymmetric, at least from an economic point of view, response, right? I mean, there were cases of launching Patriot missiles, which cost millions against these multi-$100 drones. And obviously drones is not just AI. So I would say it's also the introduction of dual-use technology onto the battlefield. And AI has been a huge part of that and will continue to be. But that's something that we in the DoD have been grappling with. And my organization, Defense Innovation Unit, exists to try to accelerate the adoption of dual-use technology into the DoD. And we were one of the first groups to, for example, recognize the both threat and capability that consumer drones offered, and now in Ukraine that's very evident. But I think there's this challenge to the status quo, and the cost of being able to acquire these incredible capabilities is in some cases been greatly diminished, and that has implications both for nation states but also for rogue actors, right? So. On the what are we doing? So we recently announced Replicator 2 initiative. So the first Replicator initiative has been looking at attritable weapon platforms. So instead of sending exquisite, tens of millions of dollars of platforms into areas, looking at much cheaper. And Replicator 2 is looking at countering UAS, so countering unmanned systems. And that's an area that I'm really glad to see that we're taking seriously as a department. We've been trying to work on that at DIU for a very long time through various vendors. But it's always going to be somewhat of a game of cat and mouse, of course.
Thank you so much. Heather, as someone leading security engineering at Google, how do you see the balance between AI-driven innovation and the need for security? And specifically, what role do large tech companies play in ensuring that AI systems remain secure and don't become tools for malicious actors?
Well, the first thing I want to start with is just a reality check of where we're at with AI today. We have AI models to do very specific things. So we've got AlphaGo, plays Go really well. We have models that do protein folding. That's a really specific model, not general purpose. And now we have generative AI, which feels a bit more like a general purpose artificial intelligence engine. And most of us are interacting today with generative AI via chatbot. So we've got Gemini, is the Google model. But actually, the reality is that when fully adopted, when kind of fully matured, it's going to feel a bit more like a calculator, right? There are probably 100 calculators in this room. You've got one in your watch, your phone. Probably the lights have an addition-subtraction module in the code. It's going to feel a little bit like that. AI will be a little part of everything in electronic components, whether it's optimizing the battery on your phone or optimizing the right lighting automatically. So that's really how most of us will experience this generation of artificial intelligence. And so when we think about the balance of security and building the technology, we both have to make sure that we're not limiting ourselves too much, but also putting in the guardrails. And so if you were going to have an automatic light adjustment system, you would probably put a very specific model for that. You wouldn't have a general purpose module, for example. So I think that's one consideration is, do you give it a fully featured or do you give it a specific task? And then the second thing I think we have to carefully balance is how much access to artificial intelligence are threat actors going to have and how much access are defenders going to have. And one thing we have to be quite careful of is regulating too soon or too hard in such a way that cyber defenders are restricted from use, but their adversaries are not. And that's going to be a lot of conversation with regulators, with governments, to make sure that we've got people enabled on the ground. But that's a polarity that we're going to have to navigate.
Thanks, Heather. That's a serious problem to have to tackle. So, Piotr, in Europe, particularly in Poland, how do you see AI influencing economic development, positively and negatively?
It's kind of challenging question today. I have huge hopes that things, actually that we in Poland started to understand how this topic is important and how, how actually that it costs as well. Yes? So actually one needs to invest in AI and that it will give really a lot of benefits in long term. So I think really I'm really hopeful that we can see that kind of change coming, that there is a really lot of, actually public support for it right now. So I'm really hoping that we can excel. And there are several reasons for this. Yeah? So we do have extreme programmer talent here in Poland. Yeah, so something which, for example, is the case. So I'm not sure anybody heard of this ICPC, ICM-ICPC. So this is kind of ICM is the main IT organization worldwide. Whether this competition is international collegiate programming competition, where actually teams of students compete with one another, solving programming tasks. And Warsaw University, for example, is the only university that took part in the finals in this competition, starting from 1977. Yeah? So no other university in the world did this. Yes? So we really constantly deliver top quality talent in AI. And I think this will really, in long term as well, flourish and lead to really huge achievements in the systems here in Poland, because like when people leave Poland, they succeed a lot. As you probably heard about OpenAI. So Kuba Pachocki is the chief scientist. So he's alumni of Warsaw, and he's actually one of the guys who took part in these competitions for many years.
That is impressive. Thanks for sharing the statistic with us and the history. So speaking about talent, there is this fear that AI is going to replace a lot of jobs. So what do you think the role of governments should be to try to ensure that there are not significant economic disruptions when this starts to happen? Heather, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I think there is a conception as people think about, oh, automation will replace that job. What we are actually seeing and extrapolating out of the current trend is that the jobs will change, not eliminate. And when I look at just my own field, cyber defenders, especially if you're early career talent, about 30 to 40% of your job is toil because we've not had good tools. That will shrink, and there'll be more time actually for people to do more interesting parts of the job, but also more valuable parts of the job. And we think that that is probably true across many sectors. A good example is when automatic teller machines were invented. People had thought that perhaps if you worked in a bank, you would no longer have a job. But actually what we found is that the jobs inside the bank changed. Instead of just counting money, you became an advisor on how to invest your money. So for example. And because of that, I think one thing governments can really focus on is skills building. Everywhere I go, I get one question: how do we train our teachers to teach children about the next generation of technology? How do we help workers reskill for the way that their job will change, whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, cybersecurity? Everyone who will start to use this technology has to go back to school. We all went back to school about 18 months ago when generative AI came on board. And so I think education policy, training, and talent policy is something that governments can focus on.
That's a great, very positive view and paints a very important role for the government. Thank you. Bryce, what's your take on this question?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think the challenge is the speed at which AI is progressing as compared to earlier technologies, right? And so I agree that over a long enough period, history shows that we tend to get towards some kind of an equilibrium. That doesn't mean that things like wealth concentration and inequity don't increase, but at least from an employment standpoint, we tend to reach an equilibrium. But along the way, there can be dislocations, right? And so, if you look at the history of electricity, it took about 100 years between the introduction of large-scale electric generation to actually electrifying the majority of manufacturing. Or if you look at, telephone switching, you're talking about a decade, right? And in this case, AI technologies, we're talking about things that, I don't know, in my experience, I would have thought would take years happening in months. I think the other thing that's interesting is a lot of people would have predicted that it would be kind of blue-collar jobs that were going to be automated away via, robotics. There's this idea that, surely like lifting a crate doesn't require that much intelligence, so we can just get a machine to do it. Turns out that that's actually way harder, and that it might be a bunch of white-collar jobs, things like, tax accounting, for example, that get automated. So I think that also shows just the unpredictability, which is inherent to any technology that's growing at the rate that AI is.
Thanks, Bryce. Piotr, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. So I will be repeating hope many times today. I hope 5 times. For some reason. But I hope that we indeed will be able to do more with AI. So it's I think it's kind of the picture is way bigger. I mean, the story of development of technology have been, as you said. I mean, it always have been happening that we did not lose the jobs by introducing electricity, steam power, I don't know, petrol engine whatsoever. But and something is important. I mean, we are not kind of ashamed to go by car now instead of going by a horse, because we are kind of can travel faster. I mean, similarly, we are not ashamed to use a bulldozer instead of a shovel because we can do much more work. I mean, this will again happen with AI, and I mean, we will be able to do more things using artificial intelligence, as well with respect to kind of, you know, boring operations, maybe even not boring, but challenging tasks. I mean, essentially, this will give us kind of, it will become a tool that will be able to solve many interesting problems. I mean, essentially do much more work, intellectual work that we were able to do. And I don't think we should be ashamed of it. I mean, we should be kind of proud that we created such tools to actually help us with our work.
Thanks, Piotr.
I have a really interesting example of that. We now have a model that can do extrapolation of protein folding. So if you are doing pharmaceutical research, one of the most challenging things is to understand how the pharmaceutical chemical will interact with the bacteria, the viruses, or whatever we're targeting, a cancer cell. And that part of the research in the pharmaceutical community might be 5 years, 10 years. We have now extrapolated every possible protein folding combination, and that is in a database. So today, if you are doing pharmaceutical research, that kind of information is now readily available to you, which means we've cut down, you know, something that from an intellectual perspective would have taken a very, very long time to a short amount of time, but it wasn't the important step in the outcome. The important step in the outcome is the development of the therapeutic, the testing, and the rollout, right? So that's just an example of where we might shorten some of the lifetime of things, but not impact jobs. In fact, we might create and enable more scientists to creating better therapeutics over time.
That's impressive. Thanks for sharing this. How do you, I wonder, and that's a question for all the three of you, how do you deal with the data privacy challenge? As we're building these models, we are enthusiastic about the progress that we're making, and we're using vast amounts of data. But the challenge of privacy concerns has been raised on multiple occasions. How do you deal with that in your respective areas?
I feel like I'm the one who's supposed to answer this one.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I'll give it a start, and I'd be interested to hear from my fellow panelists. I think it's important to remember we're not starting from zero. There are strong privacy principles everywhere in the world already marked down in legislation. So in the EU, I have GDPR. In the United States, we have a kaleidoscope of frameworks for thinking about privacy. So we're not starting from the beginning. Secondly, it's not just privacy. We also have to be respectful of copyrighted content and other kinds of content that might be used to train data. It might be used as an input to a model to get output. And so we have to think end-to-end about the way that software is built and put the privacy principles in each step. Also looking at the regulatory frameworks that govern that. And so, for example, one of the things the Coalition for Secure AI is doing, this is a coalition with Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, Facebook, etc., is to help companies understand how to safely use artificial intelligence. And one of the first playbooks they want to issue is, how do I make sure that my use of the model is privacy preserving in the context I'm using it? So let's say you've incorporated it into a customer support function and your customer's interacting with a chat bot. And I think we're all probably using some version of this now on websites. How does the company make sure that when the customer types in information that is not stored in a way that's a violation of the privacy policy or the law? And also that the customer knows and has transparency around that, right? So I think the foundations for privacy that we have today are very strong and important. And then we build that into new technology. And indeed, that's the intent of these frameworks around the world.
Thanks, Heather. This is reassuring to hear. Bryce?
Okay, so I'm going to take off my DoD hat and put on my philosophy student hat.
Go for it.
And say, so I think one of the challenges that privacy has never really been a super well-defined concept, right? It's always been a reactive concept. We don't have privacy in law until the invention of the photograph in the 19th century. And when you talk about AI and privacy, AI systems are not interested in knowing what I'm doing. They're interested in knowing what I'm doing insofar as I'm representative of a larger group, right? We're looking at aggregate level trends. So this becomes really complicated when you apply things like the GDPR. And we've seen this challenge in biobanks, for example, which are there to collect a lot of genetic information. And the whole point is to allow researchers easy access to these large genetic databases so that they can try to identify genetic traits and predispositions. But that goes up against this principle of informed consent, which says that every time we access somebody's data, we need to obtain informed consent. Well, the only way we could do that is if we continue to keep their data labeled, right? So you have these bizarre paradoxes that emerge when we try to protect privacy. And my personal belief is because we don't totally have a coherent view of what privacy is. And I think machine learning just sort of brings that to the fore.
Do you have a solution for us?
I don't have a quick and easy solution. I mean, there's a philosopher named Helen Nussbaum who writes about contextual integrity, which I think is a really interesting idea that says instead of calling information, private in a categorical sense, we instead always need to look at the context in which it's being used. And I like her because her work has actually been adapted into certain features in tech tools, right? So it's not just totally, white papers that never go anywhere.
Interesting. Thank you. Piotr, I have a different question for you. What types of AI technologies in Poland are you most excited about?
There are some of them. I think something which is happening right now. I mean, we should remember that, in order to introduce some technology, we need to have the related industry present and to be very strong and already innovative. And one of these industries which is in Poland and is very kind of innovative is the gaming industry or computer graphics. Yeah, so I think that here we really have a huge potential to actually build up on kind of maybe interdisciplinary teams that will work on using AI in computer graphics. And other things which we certainly should do are related to agriculture and forestry. I mean, this is really, if you have been traveling around Poland, then you will see we'll have a lot of fields and a lot of trees. So we should really try to use AI to actually, manage this things better, because it's really kind of a huge part of our country.
Thank you, Piotr. So my last question is for all the panelists, and then we'll open it up for a few questions from the audience. Looking ahead in the next 10 to 15 years, or maybe 5 to 10, let's say 5 to 10, because AI is rapidly evolving. What do you see as the key trends in AI that will have the greatest impact on global security and the economy? And you can each pick your favorite examples. Who would like to start?
I can start. So I think it will happen now, maybe 5 to 10 years. It's indeed, but some changes will happen again earlier. So it's indeed kind of. I mean, so there are some kind of measurements. I did not try to reproduce them, but kind of people are testing the intelligence of those large language models using the Mensa test. And actually, right now, the latest model achieves 120 IQ. So it's super surprising, because this improvement from, say, 80 to 90 IQ did happen in around 1 to 2 years. Yeah, so we can think of it as that the AI graduated from maybe from university already. So I mean, we should, the next progress will actually happen super fast. So again, I cannot reproduce this test, so we'll see. But it's really, I think, surprising that, or maybe better word, I hope that these tools will actually be used to generate new types of innovation. Yeah, so we should think of AI as a tool to actually try to do more things as well in innovation and technology, like to develop new materials, develop new types of medicines, and use it in medicine. And this will even like combinations like, I don't know, psychiatry and using AI for really mental health issues. I think this will really come, and it will come soon. And I mean, not even mentioning, of course, education and personalized education.
Thanks, Piotr. Bryce?
Yeah, I won't even try to attempt to do 5 or 10 years. I think in the military, what's I think going to be very interesting is seeing AI move out of, or not move out of, but attention shift from what I think are relatively straightforward applications like computer vision and predictive maintenance, and towards far more consequential but in some ways ambiguous tasks like strategic planning, for example, operational planning, where you have this incredibly lengthy process that right now is very rigid and is very much a waterfall process. Having AI, that's where I think you would be able to say we actually have intelligence on tap. And then in the immediate future, I think agentic systems, so AI that doesn't just provide an answer but is able to carry out an action on our behalf. I think I see that radically changing many aspects of society. And then finally, sort of longer term, geopolitically, I think the question of if AI is going to become commoditized in the way that people seem to think it is, then that suggests that electricity once again becomes the precious resource and cheap access to electricity. And what does that mean in terms of distribution of data centers? What does that mean in terms of energy policy and climate change and all of these sort of knock-on effects?
Would you envision removing or minimizing the role of the human in the loop in case of those strategic operational planning decisions for speed purposes? What's your position on that?
So I think we have a pretty clear legal and ethical basis for ensuring that what we call commander's intent is always involved. That being said, when you look at trying to operate in communications denied environments, the entire point of autonomy in that situation is a system being able to take action on its own. And so I actually think that the human in the loop becomes a really dangerous misnomer, and actually could make a system either defeat the point of it or make it way less safe. And I think we should actually confront the real possibility that there are certain conflict scenarios in which we don't want a human in the loop. And then what does that mean in terms of the ethical boundaries that we build into that system?
Thank you. Heather?
Yeah, let me just kind of first begin by reflecting on the fact that we have no idea what 10 years out looks like. And that's true of every technology we've ever invented or harnessed. I remember a paper I read about when electricity was harnessed, and people thought warfare would change because suddenly we would have weapons where we zap people on the field. This is like the late 1800s. And actually, that is not how it changed warfare. It changed warfare by improving supply chains, right? And so our first hypothesis about how we use technology is never actually how we end up harnessing it for kind of real effectiveness. So that's number one. Number two, I think we are going to have massive improvements in pharmaceuticals, material science. We're already using it to help optimize power grids. Google's got a partnership with many governments to do flood prediction, big topic here in Poland at the moment. These things will dramatically improve the lives of people. And also, we will get to learn more about the technology over the next 10 years. I'm going to disagree with my colleague and say societies will learn they want a human in the loop on some things. And yes, you may have some micro decisions along the way, but for strategic, kind of irreversible things, we will have humans in the loop. That will become a norm, in my view. And then finally, and the thing that we never talk about is, how is AI going to change us? And I already see it to some extent in the classroom. I talk to professors. Professors are going back to oral exams. Does the student really know what they're learning? In the Bay Area, California, USA, where I live, there are now whole groups of people so that you can make friends. We've spent so much of our time electronics in our lives and trying to automate our lives. Actually, people want the human connection back. And I think that may change. But I do think we're going to get 50 years, 2050, not 50 years from now, but in 2050, I think we will have increasingly autonomous computing systems, self-healing systems, self-defending systems. But I don't think we're going to let the computers make many more strategic decisions than that.
Thank you so much, Heather. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so we won't have time to pose questions from the audience, but we'll have another panel in the afternoon, so please join us back for that on AI. You can ask your questions then. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you, Biljana, for moderating this session. Great insights into how the world is changing with artificial intelligence, what it means for security, what it means for the economy, what it means for our daily lives. I think a subject that we'll be hearing more and more about, and one that's going to be influencing every area of our lives, and certainly areas so important for democratic resilience. Since we are in the area of technology and its intersection with democracy and the resilience of societies, I have a great pleasure to invite you to listen to remarks by the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland and the Minister for Digital Affairs, Mr. Krzysztof Gawkowski. Mr. Prime Minister, please join us on stage.
Szanowni Państwo, to olbrzymi zaszczyt występować dzisiaj na Warsaw Security Forum, imprezie, która swoją rangą pokazuje, jak ważne dla Polski, polskich instytucji jest bezpieczeństwo, wielowymiarowe bezpieczeństwo. Mój obszar odpowiedzialności w ramach rządu to cyberbezpieczeństwo i o tym chciałbym dzisiaj więcej powiedzieć.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me today to speak at the Warsaw Security Forum. This is a very important event for Poland, and indeed the topic of our discussion today, and something I'm going to refer to, is cyber security and the significance of it for our societies.
Współcześnie nie ma możliwości dobrego i szybkiego rozwoju państwa bez zagwarantowania jego obywatelom dostępu do nowych technologii, bezpieczeństwa w cyfrowym świecie, cyfrowej komunikacji z administracją czy podstawowych umiejętności cyfrowych.
Today it would be impossible for a country to develop efficiently and well without guaranteeing its citizens access to modern technology, security in the digital world, as well as digital communication with public administration or basic digital skills.
Te wyzwania wymagają przemyślanego, spójnego i kompleksowego podejścia. I takie kompleksowe podejście chcemy w Ministerstwie Cyfryzacji zaproponować, pracy nad całościową strategią rozwoju cyfrowego, która będzie sięgała do 2035 roku.
And that is exactly the challenge that requires thoughtful, coherent and comprehensive approach. This is the approach that we have undertaken at the Ministry for Digital Affairs, and this is how we are proceeding to the development of the digital development strategy to be in place until 2039.
W obszarze cyberbezpieczeństwa jest również zapewnić wszystkie kluczowe elementy rozwoju państwa, które sięgają i technologii przełomowych, i komputerów kwantowych, i sztucznej inteligencji.
It is extremely important to provide for key digital competencies within the state so as to provide for the adequate use of such technologies in providing for environment, artificial intelligence and for cybersecurity issues.
Chcę Państwa zapewnić, że Ministerstwo Cyfryzacji pracuje nad zapewnieniem tego, żeby żaden potencjał, ani ludzki, ani naukowy, ani biznesowy z Polski nie wyjeżdżał i zrobi wszystko, że nawet jak się pojawiają jakieś błędy w strategii cyfrowej państwa, w takim myśleniu o nauce, to właśnie Ministerstwo Cyfryzacji ma być tym hubem, który to wszystko naprawi i wyprowadzi na prostą.
The Ministry for Digital Affairs is taking due care that none of the human intellectual potential leaves the country. Sometimes mistakes do happen with a digital strategy, and that is why the Ministry for Digital Affairs is there to serve as a certain hub that will couple all of these competencies together.
Dlatego, myśląc o rozwoju cyfrowym państwa, ochrona przed cyberzagrożeniami jest kluczowym wyzwaniem dla naszego kraju i regionu.
And that is why, as we're thinking about cybersecurity of this region, we need to provide for the adequate level of security both in the state and in this region.
Po pierwsze, mamy świadomość, że na rozwój cyberbezpieczeństwa potrzebne są pieniądze, zarówno w tych instytucjach, które odpowiadają za bezpieczeństwo państwa po stronie publicznej, jak i w kooperujących firmach, które też powinny pamiętać, wiedzieć i mieć świadomość, że państwo pomaga.
First and foremost, we need financing, and thus public finances is there to be assured, but also we need to have a certain level of awareness with the companies that they would need to have and they shall have access to such financing as it is in place and available.
W ramach wzmacniania cyberodporności państwa przeznaczymy w najbliższych 2 latach ponad 3 miliardy złotych tylko i wyłącznie na inwestycje i w obszarze samorządu, i w obszarze państwa.
Thus, for instance, over the span of the next 2 years, we are going to earmark 3 billion Polish zlotys for the development of cybersecurity matters, both at the state level, but also the level of local authorities.
Wspólnie z Bankiem Gospodarstwa Krajowego na lata 2025-2026 zaprojektowaliśmy narzędzia sięgające 2,8 miliarda złotych na wsparcie dla firm w zakresie transformacji cyfrowej.
As far as digital transformation is concerned, in this case, in cooperation with the BJK Bank, we have developed a plan, a budgeted at the level of 2.8 billion Polish zlotys for the periods 2025-2026, so as to boost the development of cybersecurity at the corporate level.
A dopełnieniem tego ma być kilkaset milionów złotych, które w 2025 i 2026 roku zostaną wydane na kompetencje cyfrowe i higienę cyfrową, która ma też swoje ważne zadanie przygotowania tej społecznej tkanki na zagrożenia w cyberprzestrzeni.
Moreover, millions shall be spent in the period 2025-2026 for the development of digital competencies and digital hygiene within the society, so as to raise the level of awareness.
Drugi ważny aspekt myślenia o spójnej roli państwa w ochronie obywateli to legislacja. I tutaj tym najważniejszym elementem z perspektywy bezpieczeństwa w cyberprzestrzeni jest przygotowana przez nas nowelizacja Krajowego Systemu Cyberbezpieczeństwa, która już w najbliższych dniach zostanie w pełni przedstawiona i poddana międzyresortowym konsultacjom rządowym.
As for the legislative activities, we are working on the national cybersecurity system. That system is to be demonstrated in the nearest future and will be subject to the interministerial discussions.
W tej przestrzeni bardzo ważne jest to, że chcemy, żeby partnerzy na rynku europejskim, światowym wiedzieli, że będziemy stawiali i chcemy w przyszłości bardzo mocno stawiać na zaufanych partnerów, na to, żeby dostawcy wysokiego ryzyka mieli świadomość, że Polska chce budować swoją cybertarczę nie tylko poprzez finanse, ale również przez dobrą legislację.
In this case, it is important to send a very clear message to our both European and global partners that we are betting on and shall be betting on developing trust-based relations with our partners. This is particularly important in the case of high-risk vendors, and therefore all our partners should know that we will be contributing to this cause both financially, but also on the legislative level.
Dlatego trzecim ważnym elementem dopełnienia tej tkanki cyberbezpieczeństwa jest przygotowanie przez nas strategii bezpieczeństwa w cyberprzestrzeni. Ta strategia cyberbezpieczeństwa RP chcemy, żeby została przedstawiona do konsultacji jeszcze w 2024 roku.
The third element of our activities is the development of the cyberspace strategy. And this strategy is to be hammered out still this year, and we would like this strategy to be discussed still in 2024.
Chcemy wyprzedzać przyszłość, współpracując z naszymi partnerami z Unii Europejskiej i NATO, ale też budując coraz mocniejszy sojusz w relacjach transatlantyckich.
We're looking forward to the future, and hence we are enhancing our cooperation with our EU partners, NATO partners, and we are enhancing the transatlantic link.
Dlatego jednym z elementów strategii w tym długofalowym horyzoncie będzie odporność polskich instytucji działających w cyberprzestrzeni, która ma zwiększyć ochronę danych w sektorze publicznym, wojskowym i prywatnym.
And that is why we are working on increasing the resilience of the Polish society, both in the public, military and legislative spheres.
Dlatego mocno skupiamy się na budowaniu dobrych relacji z naszymi partnerami i sąsiadami, w tym z tymi, którzy zostali bestialsko zaatakowani przez Rosję w 2022 roku. Mówię oczywiście o Ukrainie.
And that is why we are building our partnership relations with our neighbors, also with the neighbor who was brutally attacked by Russia in 2022. Thus, we are scaling up our cooperation with Ukraine.
Polska cyberbezpieczeństwo traktuje jako pewną domenę współpracy, dlatego bardzo dużą rolę przykładamy też do polskiej prezydencji, która zaczyna się w styczniu 2025.
Cybersecurity is a major domain of cooperation for Poland, and hence this is going to be a major focal point during the Polish presidency in the European Union that is due to start in January next year.
Przewodnictwo w Radzie Unii Europejskiej to znakomita okazja, żeby pokazywać priorytety państwa w różnych domenach dotyczących jego rozwoju.
A presidency in the Council of the European Union is a great opportunity to show different priorities and domains of high significance for a given country and the way it is planning to work in the region.
I dlatego nieprzypadkowo priorytetem polskiej prezydencji w obszarze cyfrowym będzie cyberbezpieczeństwo.
Hence, it is not a coincidence that cybersecurity is going to be one of the priority topics for the Polish presidency.
Chcemy, żeby Unia Europejska skupiła się na kierunku łączenia potencjałów obszaru militarnego i cywilnego na rzecz cyberbezpieczeństwa.
We are keen on addressing the focus of the European Union on coupling the military and civilian potential in the realm of cybersecurity.
Chcemy, żeby w ciągu najbliższych 6 miesięcy prezydencji Polska była liderem, jeżeli chodzi o zakończenie procesów opisanych, jeżeli chodzi o incydenty dużej skali.
And that is why Poland intends on being a leading country over the next period of 6 months, that is during the presidency, on working on the processes that relate to high-risk incidents.
Będziemy również wskazywali na konieczność pogłębienia dyskusji na poziomie europejskim dotyczących celów związanych z rozwojem sieci 6G.
Moreover, we are going to lead discussions on the development of the 6G network in the future.
Uważamy, że cyfrowa dyplomacja jest tak samo ważna jak ta dyplomacja, która kształtuje losy państw w Europie i na świecie. Dlatego będziemy do niej bardzo dużą wagę przykładali w najbliższych miesiącach.
We do believe that digital diplomacy is equally important as the diplomacy that is so much influential for countries and regions all over the world, and that is why we're going to focus on digital diplomacy during our presidency as well.
Chcemy, żeby obszary sztucznej inteligencji, komputerów kwantowych, technologii przełomowych stanowiły istotny element myślenia o cyberbezpieczeństwie i dlatego z perspektywy Ministerstwa Cyfryzacji będą one stawały się kluczowe.
We also do believe that artificial intelligence, quantum computing and disruptive technologies are going to play an ever-increasing role in cybersecurity matters, and that is why we're going to focus on them as well.
I na koniec chciałem powiedzieć, że jestem niezmiernie dumny ze służb i instytucji państwa, które dzisiaj pracują w Polsce nad cyberbezpieczeństwem, bo przez znakomitych ekspertów i światowych, i europejskich są uznawane za jedne z najlepszych, w pierwszej piątce najlepszych na świecie.
To conclude, I would like to say that I'm very proud of the Polish services that are working on enhancing our cybersecurity. As for our experts, they are considered to be the part of the top 5 best countries that boast of the best cybersecurity experts in the world.
Cyfryzacja i cyberbezpieczeństwo powinno w każdym państwie traktowane być priorytetowo.
Digitalization and cybersecurity should be treated as high priority matters in any country.
Takie zadania stawia sobie też polska administracja.
And that is exactly the task faced by the Polish administration.
Jesteśmy dzisiaj w miejscu przełomowym i kluczowym, bo wojny na świecie wskazują, że w cyberprzestrzeni będzie coraz więcej zagrożeń.
Today we are at a very important junction, and that is of key significance because wars in the today's world are indicative of that. There will be many more things happening in cyberspace.
Nikt nie zapewni bezpieczeństwa społecznego obywatelom Europy i świata, jeżeli w pierwszym rzędzie zapewnienia bezpieczeństwa nie będzie stało cyberbezpieczeństwo.
And no one will be capable of providing European citizens and citizens of the world with security if cyber security matters are not attended to.
Chciałbym, żeby to przesłanie zostało dzisiaj razem z Państwem. Serdecznie dziękuję za zaproszenie.
And I would like this message to stay with you over today's discussions. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, for those remarks. I think it was extremely important for us to hear about the plans of Poland in the digital domain. Very glad to hear that there are so ambitious plans regarding both strengthening the digital area, our cybersecurity capabilities, and working in cooperation in other partners in the EU. And here, of course, our presidency in the Council of the European Union in the first half of 2025 will be a very important time. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next session, a discussion about cognitive warfare, defending our minds and impacting behavior of our adversaries. Sounds absolutely fascinating, and it will be moderated by Federica D'Alessandra, who is the Deputy Director of the University of Oxford's Institute of Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict in the UK. Federica, please join us on stage. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. As you've heard, my name is Federica D'Alessandra, and I have the pleasure of moderating this next discussion on cognitive warfare, defending our minds, and impacting the behavior of adversaries. We will have the immense honor of entering into this discussion with Dr. Magnus Huth, Director General of the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, who also holds a PhD from Stockholm University and has been for a long time engaging in security policy in the Cold War and post-Cold War era. In an era of rampant online disinformation and propaganda, combined with the rapid advancement of digital and cyber technologies, cognitive warfare offers our adversaries a tool to achieve significant strategic outcomes while bypassing traditional battlefields. This raises critical questions about how the transatlantic alliance, and of course domestically within our own countries, we can adapt. And we have a lot to cover in a very short amount of time, so we'll just dive right in with the first question. Magnus, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. let me just ask you, what trends do you currently observe in the information landscape, and more specifically regarding cognitive operations against European societies? What's the ultimate goal of these activities, and how effective are they in improving the current information environment?
Well, thank you, Federica. Quite a few questions in there, I think. First of all, the terminology. We speak of cognitive warfare here. We could speak of information warfare, psychological warfare, which is the foundation why we have a psychological defense agency, because we acknowledged back in the 1940s that we might be subjected to psychological warfare. If you are seeing that, you need a psychological defense, right? So that's why we established Psychological Defense Agency back in the 1950s. In the European Union, we use the term FIMI, Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference, and it's basically the same thing. So cognitive warfare, information warfare. And this is something that is being used constantly, 24/7, to address how we are perceiving reality, how we are forming our decisions to influence that. And this is something we need to address in order to uphold our democracies and our independent decision-making, really. Election interference is something that we have experienced a lot, I think. It has been acknowledged at least since 2016, but this is an old game that has been used all through the ages, really. The things that have been changing, obviously, is the technological what can be done, actually. And the introduction of the internet, smartphones, social media, and now generative AI has completely changed what can be done, actually. And the tempo, the speed has enhanced so fast. It's now so much easier to spread disinformation to broad target groups. So the ultimate goal, you asked, I would say world domination. I mean, China is looking at 2049. Russia is speaking about the multipolar world, which actually means that smaller nations shouldn't be bothered, really, shouldn't have any influence at all. And this is what we are seeing in the ongoing war against Ukraine. They are trying to establish interest spheres. And in order to do that, they use information warfare to legitimize the war, both to their own public, but also to the rest of the world, trying to say that, for instance, NATO is the aggressor here. Another thing we have not been talking so much about, an overlooked field, I think, is the gaming world. The gaming world is huge. I think there are 3 billion people around the world playing games at a regular basis. And this is an understudied area, really, when we're talking about disinformation. There are so many ways an aggressor can use gaming as an influence tool. For instance, we see that in how Russia is doing it in games like African Dawn, where you basically play to oust France from influence and pushing Russian influence. We see it in how you can play historical war games in order to rewrite history or help the rewriting of history. We see it in how you can play the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine as well.
Well, thank you so much. You've raised so many important points that we'll definitely circle back to. And certainly I'm grateful that you mentioned the gaming industry, because as you said, psychological warfare, information warfare is not necessarily something new, but the way in which it is being, prosecuted, the ways in which, to the means and the technologies that we have today, and the speed especially, makes it really challenging to adapt and to control. So I guess on the back of that question, I'd like to ask you, so what really can we do as a society, as democracies in particular, to assist in bolstering our societal resilience and really build a system that is conceived to, push back and to address such cognitive warfare efforts? And if I can just ask a second question, because I do have that as a bad habit of just bundling two together, what can the, other NATO allies, the alliance as a whole, or just European partners and societies learn from the experience of Swedish society, and specifically through the prism of the mandates of your agency?
Well, first of all, we are constantly monitoring what foreign adversaries are doing to Sweden or Swedish interests. We need to know what themes they are playing, what narratives they are using, so we can, build something to counter them. Our other task is to build long-term resilience within the Swedish population, and that we do with the training courses. We have a curriculum which you can build upon, basic course, advanced course, etc. We have exercises where we train people in how to see through disinformation and cognitive warfare. So we are currently touring around Sweden and giving these exercises to the 6 regional boards responsible for total defense in Sweden. So we are walking through them to reach municipalities, and that way also to reach out to the whole population. We have a whole of society approach, because in our mandate it says we need to enhance preparedness and readiness within the whole population. I mean, we can't, educate each one. We need to work through others. Civil society is, of course, very important. I think a democratic and resilient civil society is one of the foundations for our democracy. So we are working closely with some NGOs and also some that are focusing on young people, because we need to work with the young. Those are the ones who possibly will go into military training. We need to enhance the knowledge of how the modern threat landscape looks like. Why are we even having a defense? Who is threatening us? What are they doing to us? We are funding research, which I think is a very good way in enhancing knowledge. Currently, since last year, we have a research institute at Lund University, the Psychological Defense Research Institute, which we are funding, and they are doing great work there. And we also have annual conferences, academic conference on psychological defense. We bring together people from academia to discuss in panels and seminars, both on the resilience side, but also on the threat assessment side.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's immensely insightful. And actually, I'm very grateful that you've highlighted the approach, Sweden's approach as a whole society approach. And obviously, you've highlighted the importance of partnering with civil society organizations, with the academy. And so I guess, rounding up the picture, what opportunities and challenges do you see when it comes to cooperating and partnering with private sector actors in addressing some of these challenges? I'll just leave it at that for now.
Well, we need to have a dialogue with the big tech companies, and that we have. I mean, Microsoft and Google are doing great things. But then again, Google is one of there are companies, they have their agenda, of course, but we need to have dialogues with them, and also others, of course. So we are using the technological tools that are offered by the private sector, not only these big companies, but others, of course. We are a small government agency. We cannot develop, the technological analytical tools. We are entering a world where AI will have greater importance, both as a threat, but also as a tool for us to enhance our analytical capabilities. And this is something that we need to evolve and constantly learn and develop.
Great, fantastic, thank you. I would ask you about something obviously related, but just on a slightly different note, which is what's your take on, I guess, the pros and cons of developing, for democratic societies, of developing offensive cognitive capabilities against hostile actors? What type of capabilities would be appropriate, but also, how much does context matter, right? Because, I guess it's one thing to think about societies there are actively at war, and it's another thing to think about societies that are not at war, right? So Sweden is not at war currently. So maybe the tools you deploy and your approach by, obviously differ from, say, a society like Ukraine, which is in an active conflict. So could you enlighten us on that?
Of course. We're a psychological defense agency, and these are defense measures that we're talking about. But I often talk about the offensive dimension of psychological defense, and we have in our remit from the Swedish government to be able to, in case of war or danger of war, to be able to suggest to the Swedish government measures to be taken to reduce an attacker's intention or capability to attack Sweden in the information domain. So this is something that we are assigned to do in danger of war or in war, actually. And so this is something we need to prepare in peacetime. We need to learn how could you address these issues. And of course, you mentioned Ukraine. They are fighting a real war at the present. And we are supporting Ukraine. Our agency has been there and performed exercises and things like that. And we are also learning a lot from how the Ukrainians are fighting this war, this information war that's going on right now. So this is something that we need to bring into our how we build up this capability. But let me be clear, this is something that the Swedish government owns. This is not something that we perform on our own, and it's only in times of danger of war or war. And of course, we also always need to maintain and uphold the humanitarian laws, international laws. We should not attack a civilian population. But could we possibly influence how decision makers are thinking? Could we influence the morale of fighting troops attacking Sweden? Could we influence the way people perceive the legitimacy in attacking Sweden? Mm-hmm. That's something that we could think of.
Yeah, that's extremely important. Thank you for highlighting the importance of humanitarian law rules during wartime and how that intersects actually with these operations. Because of course, beyond the content and disinformation itself, that could be evidence in their own account of violations of IHL, but actually the very ways in which certain platforms are used can also in themselves constitute violations of international humanitarian law. We have about 4 minutes, so that's enough time for one last question, and I appreciate that you might not be able to speak this in your official capacity, but you mentioned earlier that, as part of the threat assessment within, sort of NATO information landscape, so what are your thoughts on how can a positive image of NATO first and foremost, but maybe the West more generally, be promoted not only among hostile societies, but also in regions that remain neutral in global competition?
Well, I think it has to do with we need to be as transparent as possible. We are a defense agency working in the field of information. We need to be very transparent in how we work. We need to always uphold our democratic values and fight for them, stand up for them. And I see we need to get away from this image of NATO as being, that is portrayed in some circles as being an offensive military alliance. NATO is a defense alliance, and that we need to be clear about. And I think it's quite obvious that both NATO and the European Union has been very successful in maintaining peace in Europe since 1945. If you disregard the civil war in Yugoslavia and some of the cases where the Soviet Union invaded their own allies, there has been peace between countries that has been fighting forever, basically. So if you look back in history, we have constant wars. World War II, World War I, the Napoleonic Wars, the 30 Years' War, the 100 Years' War. Now we have stability in Europe, and that is very good. And I think that Sweden entering NATO also brings stability. Now it's very clear where Sweden stands. So I think we need to always be clear on this in all our communications, that these are two institutions that are maintaining peace, bringing stability. These are unions that you want to belong to, be part of.
Absolutely, but I guess it's not just a matter of sort of pushing back against narratives that are being, put out and forward by hostile actors, but maybe there is an element in there of also being more proactive about, I don't want to say aggressive, but at least proactive in putting out our own narratives, right? Like that can be part of the same sort of other side of the same coin. I guess just in the last minute and 30 seconds before we have to break, you mentioned, again, the gaming industry. I'm really fascinated by this because, as you say, like it's a very underdeveloped, under-researched area. So just very briefly, if you can tell us, sort of what are you seeing in that space? How does it differ from, other, technologies or platforms? And maybe one or two ideas for, where some research should actually be focused moving forward.
Yeah, well, 2 brief points there. We have actually produced or financed a research report on how gaming is being used. It can be downloaded from our website, mpf.se. It's in English, and it's been done by Lund University. And I think they have identified 40 different ways you can manipulate information in gaming. The other thing is that we're also supporting a research project in Uppsala University, the oldest university in Sweden. They are looking into how can you use gaming as a pedagogical tool in order to enhance critical thinking, in order to learn more how you can identify disinformation and how you can possibly counter it. So I think it goes both ways.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, this is all the time that we have. You have taken us through a tour de force, and this has been extremely fascinating. So I really want to thank you for your time, and I hope that our audience has enjoyed your insight as much as I have. Please join me in giving Magnus a round warm of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Federica, for a very interesting conversation. Thank you for moderating it. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next part of our Democratic Resilience track, which will be a presentation from a partner of the Warsaw Security Forum, a representative of SAB. Jenny Gardner will join us, who's a Senior Director for Future Capabilities at SAB, delivering her remarks. And I've got a glimpse that we're going to look outside into the outer space and look into some very future and forward-looking initiatives. So I'm very eager to hear that. Please, let's give a round of applause. And Jenny, please join us on the stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to be here today to speak to this very extraordinary audience. My name is Jenny Gardner, and I work with Future Capabilities as a Senior Director at SAB. I asked one of the Swedish astronauts about his favorite joke. Truth to be told, I've sent him a couple of jokes and he picked one. I'm sure he has a much better sense of humor than this. But this was the joke he picked. What does Earth say to tease other planets? You guys have no life. And I think this particular joke is a proper scene setter for what I'm going to talk about today. Space for a sustainable and resilient future. We have a brilliant blue planet full of life. and it's an our stewardship. So I'm going to talk about 4 things today. I'm going to talk about technology and innovation. I'm going to talk about sustainability. I'm going to talk about space, and then I'm going to wrap it up with an example of just this. But first, a couple of words about Saab. So Saab was founded in 1937 to develop and manufacture combat aircraft and to provide Sweden with a strong defense during very uncertain geopolitical times. Saab is today a leading defense and security company. We have around 24,000 staff. We work with technology areas, and you see a couple of those, or actually you see all of them here on the screen. And you also see some of our flagship products, like, for example, the fighter jet Gripen. We at Saab, we also work with commercial business. So we do sell, for example, digital control towers for air traffic control, command and control systems, and much, much more. Today, I will specifically focus on how we work with investments. Because Saab does spend around 24% of the turnover in R&D. So I want to make my first point just around this, and that is the importance of technology development. R&D is the building block for the future, and specifically if you talk about creative destruction, the process of where new innovation replaces old innovation, this is the best way really to work with that type of process and to keep competitive. That is to work with R&D and innovation. And economic growth built on innovation is also a very important way of safeguarding stability in the world and resilience. So by investing in tomorrow, we build a better future world. And with our heritage from the 1930s, that our mission then is very deeply rooted, and that is to keep societies and people safe. So now to my second point, and that's about sustainability. The importance of sustainability and to kind of create a resilient world is, of course, I think in everybody's mind at the moment. And to be clear, we believe that global challenges such as climate change, human rights, health, and inequality can only be fully addressed if societies are safe and resilient. So we want to contribute to sustainable development via business practice that is responsible or are responsible, but we also want to work with customers and partners on sustainable innovation. We have mapped our company and seen where can we have the greatest impact when it comes to sustainable development, to find synergies between Saab's business plan and the UN sustainability goals. We also worked with science-based targets initiatives, and they have improved, the organization SBTi has approved our emission reduction targets, making Saab the first major defense and security company to receive an approval, which means that we are aligned with the Paris Agreement. We also work with, for example, committing, and we have committed to the UN's Race to Zero campaign. And then I want to go to my third point, and that's space. So space has always been somewhat of a challenge for us humans. We started looking up at the stars. We've been working with astronomy. The space race between the US and the USSR, of course, drove a lot of development. We had the Apollo program, the first space shuttle, the collaboration on the International Space Station. And today we have new space where in kind of commercial industry actually are able to provide a lot of value when it comes to space development. And within defense, we see a special kind of interest around SDA and SDA, Space Domain Awareness, that's basically looking up in the sky to see what's above us. ISR, that's the opposite, using satellites to look down and understand what's happening below on Earth. SATCOM, putting communication equipment, payloads on satellites and using that for communication. and PNT, which is position, navigation, and timing, where the GPS, of course, is the most well-known application or system for that. And as a defense and security company, we see that not only from a defense perspective, but from a commercial perspective, there is going to be a lot of value built. So the World Economic Forum and McKinsey has basically kind of said in April this year that the space economy will soar from 630 billion to 1.8 trillion by 2035. So the value is just going to increase. And at Saab, we focus on how to enhance our systems through space capabilities to the benefit for our customers. And that can, for example, be working with space data for ISR, awareness for our customers. We launched a satellite, Ymir-1, last year. And our former chief test pilot, now chief innovation officer, Marcus Wandt, became the latest Swedish ESA astronaut this year. And a note about Poland here, the country recently increased both its engagement and contribution with ESA to support the Polish space sector. So a shout out to Poland. Would be delighted to explore a collaboration around space from Saab's perspective. So now I talked about innovation, I talked about sustainability, and I talked about space. So now I'm going to talk about a practical example of this. And this is about our kind of satellite Ymir-1. So let's just talk about AIS. That is Automatic Identification System. It exists today all around in the maritime world. It's transponders, basically, that says, I am here to avoid a collision. So it's a system for safety in the maritime world. We are now working with the next generation of AIS called VDES, VHF Data Exchange System. And there you don't only transmit your position, you can actually communicate. We recently launched Ymir-1, a satellite with a payload with a VDES transponder with SpaceX Falcon 9 in November last year. And it's an in-orbit demonstration. So basically we're using it as a prototype R&D, not the transponder, but actually putting it on a satellite. And one satellite will not make a system, but this is a first step in the direction of making sure that we can send a whole system, many satellites up and make a constellation. And here you see, this is the superhighways of the sea today. This is actually a picture from Ymir-1. It's kind of transponder on board in September 2024. And this is AIS. So you now see all those green dots. That's our merchant ships, navy ships, yachts, and aids to navigation, like, for example, fish farms. And this is really interesting from the perspective that we today see where they are, but the next step with VDES will be to actually have all of these ships communicating with each other. So it will be quite a capability enhancement. And an important voting will happen next year, spring 2025, at the UN IMO, to also bring in VDES, this new technology, into the fold of regulations. And this will create a global, affordable, and secure communication system that can optimize shipping routes and fuel to reduce energy consumption and emissions. And it will create greater efficiency and safety in the maritime industry, supporting further economic growth. And here you see how we mapped out this specific technology towards the UN Sustainability Development Goals. But we have just scratched the surface. This is one of many ways that Saab is working on to contribute for a more sustainable and resilient future. Next session in this room will be about national infrastructure for a society is resilient. And this is an excellent example of how we can build a stronger and more resilient maritime infrastructure. So I'd like to thank you for your time and go back to the joke in the beginning. What does Earth say to tease other planets? You guys have no life. Let's make sure that we excel in the stewardship of this planet, of this life. Let's together work on safeguarding people and societies, and let's use tech and sustainability-oriented innovation to explore new frontiers and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I must say I'm personally extremely excited about this new AIS system. Being an avid sailor, this will be absolutely fantastic. And the accessibility for that, well, kudos to Saab. And very interesting to hear about those developments. So again, we're very happy to have such a partner here at the Warsaw Security Forum. Jenny, thank you again for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the next discussion, which will be a panel discussion on the military-civilian divide. Very interesting. And the role of critical infrastructure in it for society's resilience. And to moderate this panel, I'd like to invite Benjamin L. Schmidt, who's a senior fellow at the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the University of Pennsylvania in the US. Benjamin, please join us on stage.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum and our panel on critical infrastructure protection. And I couldn't be more excited to moderate this panel, which we have some of the leading minds and experts and former officials working on these issues. And I'll just do a quick introduction. To my left is Major General Johan Pekari, the Chief of the Directorate of Strategic Plans and Policy at the Swedish Armed Forces in Sweden. Next, we have CEO Jaroslav Grudzinski at NASK of Poland, which is a cyber firm. And then last but not least, we have Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, Executive Director of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission in the United States. And I think I'll just start by saying we are in a new era of critical infrastructure protection, but also resilience. We have seen, since Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine, an increasing number of cyber attacks, but also physical infrastructure attacks against energy and critical infrastructure. I think we could easily say that this started on January 7th, 2022, when a Russian fishing trawler, the Melkart 5, was viewed on AIS passing over a critical subsea telecommunications cable from the Svalsat facility, the Svalbard commercial satellite infrastructure station, and cutting that cable that would prove important to the Ukrainian defense because commercial satellite data, of course, from both communications as well as geospatial imagery became very important for Ukraine in the coming weeks after that happened, of course, with Russia's large-scale invasion happening just a month later. We've flashed forward, we've seen the Nord Stream gas pipelines in the Baltic Sea be destroyed. We've seen the Baltic Connector pipeline between Finland and Estonia be destroyed. We have seen cyber attacks again and again. I've heard from officials that this is happening on an hourly, not just daily, but hourly basis across all of NATO, and we need to get this under control because I just testified before U.S. Congress last week at a hearing called Russia's Shadow War on NATO, and my question is this a shadow war, or is this a hybrid war, or is this just war in general? And I think that that continues to be the case. So whereas we continue to see these incidents taking place in the media and seeing these as localized incidents, we are seeing more and more attribution to the Russian Federation itself, Russian state actors, as well as Russia's military intelligence, the GRU, hiring locals and folks from Belarus, from Ukraine, from Poland, etc., to carry out these low-scale sabotage attacks and cyber attacks across the EU and across NATO territory. And so my question I'll ask later on is about what NATO can do to respond. But first, I want to pass this along and have rapid reactions to where we are now, and is this an unprecedented scale that we're seeing, or is this just something that we need to take as the new normal? first to you.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you for inviting me here today. And I think I should begin with saying that I'm also the cyber commander in Sweden. So if I lean towards that field, please bear with me. I think we are all familiar with modern society's dependence on critical infrastructure, and when looking forward, we will get even more dependent as we have the digital transformation and so on. The armed forces isn't any different. We are also dependent on some of the critical infrastructure, of course. And more generally put, we are dependent on a functioning society as a whole. Consequently, what is critical for society is also critical for the armed forces. However, the solution is not that the armed forces is responsible for the protection of all the critical infrastructure and the vulnerabilities. That would simply not be possible. Instead, we as a society must be resilient and forestall the potential impact from any attack, be it thanks to physical protection, redundancy, or by a psychological strong society. A resilient society is probably also the best deterrence by denial. Creating resilience in society demands collaboration, and this is not at least important for us in Sweden, since we have very strong agencies with independent responsibilities. And as a result, our civil defense and our civil preparedness rely a lot on collaboration between all sectors, including the private sector. However, resilience cannot be developed cross-government only. We need to do it as well, cross-border as well. Underwater cables, as you mentioned, between nations is a good example of that. They are between Sweden and Finland, for example. They pass international waters as well. So therefore, institutions like the European Union, like NATO, have huge responsibilities here and important roles as well. In conclusion then, what is the role of the armed forces in this? I think we can and will protect some of the critical infrastructure, but we will never be able to do it, all of them, and we will not be able to do it always. So what we really can provide is probably information about the threat, about the challenges, and make sure that all the society has all the information they need and the correct situational awareness, including our international partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Yaroslav?
So I agree that firstly, it's not only military role for securing of critical infrastructure. The definition, in general, the definition of the critical infrastructure is broader than years ago. Yes, so now in European Union we have many sectors described as critical. So like energy, water supply, of course, banks infrastructure, cybersecurity infrastructure, and what is, from our perspective, the most important thing is, I think, good planning, good cooperation between military and civilian entities, and this is the key to the success. And of course, the next complicated thing is chain of supply. Yeah, chain of supplies is very complicated, and it's also not only a national issue. Yes, it's an international issue, not only European issue. When we say about the NATO, I think that transatlantic cooperation and planning is a crucial thing, and this I think we have to build between us each year, because we have to develop also the new elements, for example, the artificial intelligence, yes, as the key element for the cybersecurity, and not only cybersecurity, of course, for any kind of security.
Great, thank you. Rear Admiral Montgomery, please.
Well, thanks, and I agree with what both my co-panelists have said, and I want to thank the Warsaw Security Forum for bringing up this issue. I think it's an important one. I'll say bluntly, from a critical infrastructure point of view, there's three areas that are lines of effort that are under attack. The first is national security. The second is economic productivity. The third is public health and safety. We have to defend all of them, and that's why it's not just the military. But picking up on the national security one, this is incredibly challenging for us because it's the rail, aviation, and port systems critical to the military to move supplies, move equipment, move troops, both from across the Atlantic, but also within Europe, but predominantly owned and operated by private sector companies. And we know our adversaries understand the vulnerability there. In the United States, we've recently released highly classified information about something called Volt Typhoon, a Chinese attempt to put malicious payloads in our infrastructures, in our ports, aviation, rail, electrical power, and water. And this was not espionage. It was not criminal activity. It's what you call operational preparation of the battlefield. It was a warlike action put in there. I promise you, the Russians have done the same stuff in Western Europe, and they've done this in the United States as well. We just have chose not to release it yet. This is important because we're going to have to very rapidly do an assessment, a prioritization, and then an action effort to identify and remove this malware from the systems to ensure that we can have a rapid movement of forces across the Atlantic and through Western to Eastern Europe during a crisis or contingency. So very important issue, one we need to tackle with some level of priority and immediacy.
Well, thank you. I'd like to broaden this out a little bit and look at the intersection between cyber and physical security of critical infrastructure. And a few examples that we've seen of this synergy has been right at the outset of Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Federation was attributed to have conducted a cyber attack against Viasat to try to take out Ukrainians' space-based communications capabilities. But at the same time, that resulted in significant downstream effects across Europe, including energy infrastructure, windmills in Germany getting shut down and things like that, creating energy and security vulnerabilities. At the same time, to Admiral Montgomery's point, we've seen NATO critical infrastructure, including the NATO pipeline network, have basically explosives and detonators deliberately buried next to the NATO pipeline network. And so I'll go in reverse order this time down the panel and ask, what can we do? These are clearly hybrid and multidisciplinary threats. And how do we bring our various forces in law enforcement and military and civil society to bear to counter these threats?
Well, I think there are some good opportunities here. The first I'll start with is the new NATO Integrated Cyber Defense Center. It's going to be put its shape. And the reason it needs to be at the NATO headquarters is because it needs to be very closely attached to the NATO planners. This is something that that is 10 years late to need, so right on time for NATO. But they are, from my perspective, you now take the NATO war plans, which are becoming, the regional defense plans are becoming useful. 5-10 years ago, they were 50 pages. Now they're 400 or 500 pages with their annexes. You take those regional defense plans and you look at all the infrastructure that's necessary, and you begin to get a list of critical, or what we call significant infrastructure assets. You then have to prioritize those according to the plan. This is going to create discomfort in European countries because what NATO needs for a war plan to be mitigated or made secure may not be the number one utility or infrastructure asset that a country that actually owns it would consider. They may consider it number 4 or 5 in their idea of economic productivity or public health and safety, but it might be number 1 to NATO for national security. So we're going to have to work our way through this prioritization. So from my mind, the NIC, the NATO Integrated Cyber Defense Center, is going to play a critical role in the prioritization. If this does not happen, if the countries defer from taking these responsibilities on, our war plans will not be executable. If the war plans are not executable, Russia over time will realize that our deterrence is ineffective.
Thank you. Yaroslav?
So a few words about cybersecurity issues, because I think that is the highest role now in the next years. for cybersecurity issues. And what is the most important at the first stage is the national security, and to build the good national cybersecurity for each critical infrastructure. Now, and then we can think about the cooperation, international cooperation, and NATO cooperation, cybersecurity issues. Now, I think that many national cybersecurity infrastructures are not compatible. This is, I think, the part of what you said, yeah, that this is this issue have to be executed, not only described on plans, on papers, on strategies.
If I could pick up on that, I agree completely, and I don't think we can wait for 32 countries to get secure critical infrastructure and then get together and have a plan. I think I agree with your point that all countries have to tackle this. But within that, NATO has lost the luxury of waiting for everyone to get ready. We're going to really have to kind of fly the plane while we're building it. And that means getting these prioritization lists. And look, just because NATO says something is number one does not mean Poland or Germany or the Netherlands will treat it as number one, but it needs to be much higher up their priority list. And I think we can get to a successful place. And believe me, the United States is in a glass house. Our national critical infrastructure is as vulnerable as anyone's in Western Europe, in Europe's. And we have a highly networked society, so we need to fix ours as well. But we have to do this now. The 10-year delay, has an impact, and the impact is we're going to have to do things in series, in parallel, vice in series.
Well said, Major General Picari.
I agree with what has been said, and if I like to add anything there, I think we need to develop the collaboration all the way from the local level, the lowest level, all the way up to the national level and to NATO and other international forums as well. In addition, we need to train this and exercise this. We never do that, not as far as I know. It is about going through the OODA loop to observe. We need to be able to observe what happens, have this situational awareness. We need to be able to orient who attribute the things that is happening, and also making sure that we have a valid decision-making process in place, nationally and internationally. And also, of course, the last step will be countermeasures then to add to that. And do TTDs, scenario-based discussions in order to be prepared to meet the challenges that we will do in the future.
Very well put. I'm going to go to Yaroslav next and then have our military experts build on. Clearly, we have seen that critical infrastructure protection is a private sector matter as well. As Rear Admiral Montgomery has said, a lot of these infrastructure facilities are, private, even transportation, rail. There's been many attacks against rail infrastructure and electricity and telecommunications cables that support it being cut in Germany and other countries. And we've seen attribution towards Russia in some of these cases, and some it still is unexplained. But clearly, the private sector has to further synergize and share its data, and then the military and law enforcement have to be part of that process as well. How do you get to that point?
Yeah. So absolutely, this issue is a private sector responsibility. One good example from July this year, CrowdStrike outage. Yes, so it was a global outage for air transport caused by a CrowdStrike error in software, probably. Yeah. So and it was disaster. Yes. For 2 or 3 days for the whole air transport sector. And it was not military issue. It was private sector responsibility also for support of the most essential sectors in critical infrastructure branch. So I agree that it's probably now we have to more cooperate because it is mostly private sector responsibility.
Major General Picari and then Admiral Montgomery.
Completely agree with we need to develop public-private partnerships. We are doing it right now back home in Sweden when it comes to cyber defense, creating cyber defense units specialized on critical infrastructure. And we need to meet in the public domain and the private domain and get the best out of it.
Admiral Montgomery?
So, that the idea of prioritization, it's going to take an agreement with the private sector, right? Particularly in the United States, 85% of our national critical infrastructure is owned and operated by the private sector, including almost all of the elements critical to military mobility, about 98%, all but 2 ports. So to do that, you're going to have to convince them to establish a higher level of prioritization in cybersecurity. And to do that, you're going to have to incentivize it or regulate it. Both of those are challenging political issues in the United States, and I think sometimes they're challenging political issues in Europe for different reasons. But if we don't understand this is going to cost money to get ourselves to high-level security, and the reason is the vast majority of these systems were put in a highly automated environment about 15 to 20 years ago before we understood the cybersecurity threat. So we took people out of the loop, installed automated systems in our water, in our pipelines, in our power grids, in our rail systems. We pulled people out of the system, saved a ton of money, and spent none of it on cybersecurity. Now, in the last 5 to 7 years, you see the cybersecurity threat, and you have a bill, and most of those companies can't remember that they had a large savings from going to this automated system. So we're going to have to, the governments are going to have to incentivize to get the companies beginning to invest. Then the companies have to make the long-term investments in those cybersecurity systems in order for us to be secure.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, then kick it to the audience, but I hope this is not a provocative question. I don't think it should be. I called on Congress to support this just last week, but we've seen dozens and dozens of critical infrastructure and energy infrastructure attacks over the past few years, and it's gotten to a fever pitch in the last 6 months with cyber attacks and critical infrastructure attacks and sabotage taking place in places like the United Kingdom, France, Poland, the Czech Republic. And I pick on those four in particular because they have attributed publicly from their governments that the Russian Federation or Russia-hired actors that the Russian military intelligence, the GRU, has recruited on sources like Telegram and other parts of social media have carried out these attacks. So are we at a place that NATO Article 4 consultative mechanisms should be basically called upon at NATO headquarters to attribute this and raise the stakes a bit on the Putin regime? And I'll go first to you, Admiral Montgomery.
Sure. So, look, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is there have been 7 Article 4 attempts, over the life of the NATO alliance. 5 of them were Turkish complaints about Syria for the most part, and 2 of them, the other 2 were the invasion of Crimea and then the most recent illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's the 7. So there's a whole lot of events, as you've mentioned, that have happened in physical security and in cybersecurity that haven't caused Article 4. The way it needs to happen is the United States needs to get together with some key allies and release a previously classified, I'm sure it's classified, data dump of all the Russian provocations against the infrastructure, either physical or cyber, not ones that are espionage, not ones that are criminal behavior, but ones that are clearly operational preparation to the battlefield, and say this in its totality mandates an Article 4 hearing so we can sit down and discuss it. I think that would be perfectly timed as that NIC, NATO Integrated Cyber Defense Center I mentioned, as they begin to come up on step and are able to operate, they would then get Article 4 guidance to go look at these issues, examine them, do the assessment so you can do the prioritization, so you can take the action. So it's absolutely perfectly timed to get an Article 4 going over the next 6 to 12 months.
Thank you, Admiral. Yaroslav. And I know you're in the private sector, so you might have just personal opinions on this.
And now it's more military question, yeah?
Okay.
We discussed in Poland years, I think, how to execute Article 4, and I think it's a complicated issue, and maybe it's not time, in my opinion, to use this article as we understood this for years, yes, because we developed, yes, as armies, allies, and I think what we need now is open discussion between NATO countries how to use and how to understand Article 4 wording for those years.
Great. And Major General Pakaria.
I think I like the structure. Article 3 comes before Article 4 by reason, and Article 4 comes before Article 5 by reason. And I really hope that we are having consultations without invoking Article 4. Having that said, I think there is Article 4 also says that if any party feels that its territorial integrity is threatened, they can call for consultations. Obviously, no nation does that so far, so it is up to the nations, actually.
Okay, good point. And of course, NATO has done a lot on this front, not only on cyber. They've started a critical subsea infrastructure protection cell for policy at NATO headquarters and a operational cell at MARCOM. So this is there's a lot going on.
Well, and that was last year. And I'll say on my theory that NATO's 10 years late on infrastructure. They're 9 years late on, submarine infrastructure. I do think I'm reminded of the Iranian attack on Albania and say that probably also reasonably, because it was attributed, would have warranted an Article 4 consultation if the Albanians had the gumption to ask for it.
Very good. I'm going to kick this. We have just a couple minutes left. Questions from the audience. Maybe we get one or two in. Just really quick questions, not comments. Yes? This gentleman over here.
Marek Żółkowski, former Polish ambassador to NATO a few years ago. NATO is both political and military alliance. In this context you raised, should be NATO consider in the future, maybe now, to be a technological alliance?
Should this be a technological alliance? Let's go down the row. I think we just have time for that one question. So this is also your final thoughts.
Sure. So first, in responding to the question, I'll say I think the NATO Investment Fund and some of the other efforts that we see going on at NATO to develop alliance member critical technology efforts at startups and things like that is a sign that the alliance has evolved into a technological one. My final comments, what I would say is that critical infrastructure, countries are starting to recognize the importance of critical infrastructure they've understood it for public health and safety. I think they're getting it for economic productivity, but now with national security, it really is coming to what we call a high warble. In other words, a high level of intensity. And it is time, this needs to operate not on NATO time. This needs to be accelerated. I think that the NIC, the Integrated Cyber Defense Center, needs to have quality products within 24 months, products that reflect the existing NATO regional defense plans. And then we can begin, the NATO commander and the political leadership at NATO can work with their home countries to begin to prioritize these issues. If there's one country that understands all these vulnerabilities in excruciating detail, it's Russia. They have mapped our infrastructure to the nth degree. The Soviet Union did the same thing. The Soviet Union concentrated on Spetsnaz and physical attacks. I think Russia will concentrate on SVR and cyber attacks. We need to be ready for this because it is going to come to a crisis near us.
And not 9 years late, not 10 years late, but now.
Now.
Okay. Yaroslav, your final thoughts.
So absolutely, I think that NATO is now also technological alliance. And as we talked about this use of Article 4, we have to define whether Article 4 is to use when we have only conventional invasion or also cyber attack. Yeah? It's also a question of technology.
And Major General Pakaria, to close us out.
Sweden has been a member of the alliance for 7 months.
And welcome. We should all say welcome, of course.
I think I agree with what has been said regarding technology. You should also emphasize the innovation programs and so on. That is important for the alliance and for the nations. We should also keep in mind that we have the baselines for resilience within NATO as well. So that is a job for NATO as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much. This was just a fantastic panel and discussion from experts on this. And remember, as you take away something from this panel, critical infrastructure protection, energy infrastructure protection, cyber protection of critical infrastructure, not a nice to have, but a must have for transatlantic national security, NATO and EU security. And so we need to make sure this continues to be in our policy frameworks as we go forward. So thank you all again, and let's hear it for our speakers.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you to the moderator for a fascinating discussion where we've learned so much about the needs to protect our critical infrastructure, to protect ourselves and to collaborate. I think the term technological NATO should certainly stay with us after this conversation, and we should keep bringing it up that close collaboration in this sphere is as important as in the defense and in the political sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the democratic resilience track of the 11th Warsaw Security Forum is slowly coming to its conclusion. And I must say, I can't think of a better conversation and a better guest for us to address this gathering than Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader of the Belarusian opposition will join us today. And thinking about democracy and democratic resilience, I think Belarus should be in our hearts and in our minds. So it's extremely important for us, and we're extremely honored here at the Warsaw Security Forum to welcome Svetlana back again. The discussion will be moderated by Anna Nalewajko, who is a senior project officer at the Wilfred Manson Center for European Studies in Brussels. Please join us on the stage, Anna and of course Svetlana. Thank you. And a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome again to this high-level conversation about the future of Belarusian democratic society. Our guest speaker today truly needs no introduction, as we came to know her face as the face of Belarusian resilience, resistance, and democracy. Despite winning the elections in 2020, according to the number of votes and independent observers, she has been forced to lead her country from exile. But since then, she has gained an incredible support from the international community and became a symbol of New Belarus. So it's an immense privilege and honor to have Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya here with us, leader of Belarus Democratic Opposition. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for inviting. Hello, everyone.
4 years after the rigged elections by Lukashenko, how would you assess the achievements of the presidency, of your presidency in exile so far? And what were the biggest support that the Western partners provided to you? And what has lacked in order to enable you to carry out your work?
Honestly speaking, for these 4 years of our fight against dictatorship, we actually achieved a lot. Though it looks like nothing has changed, the dictator is still in Belarus, people continue to flee the country, repressions continuing, but nevertheless, for 4 years we managed to keep unity of Belarusian democratic forces despite the attempts of the regime to split us. Also, we build alternative institutions of power. We have cabinet, we have coordination council who are working together, who are coordinating our actions and our messages. We formalized relationship with different organizations, with different countries. We now working with the European Union, with Council of Europe. We formalized relationship with European Parliament. We launched strategic dialogue with the USA, something unprecedented. And we trying to strengthen agents of democratic forces. For example, cabinet is recognized, among democratic forces, our allies working with us, not with the regime. For these 4 years, no democratic countries recognized Lukashenko as legitimate. Countries, excluding couple, only don't send ambassadors to Minsk. They instead send special envoys to work with democratic forces. So they see us not as movement, but as reliable partners. But of course, as I said at the beginning, repressions are continuing. This is the biggest challenge for us. We're really trying a lot to release our prisoners from prisons, especially those who are literally dying. We are exploring different tracks, how we can release people on humanitarian base, and but simultaneously we are following our strategy. Keeping pressure on the regime and strengthening Belarusian people.
And I think that this recognition of international partners speaking to you as a leader of Belarus is a great testament to the work that you have been doing. Would you say that even after 4 years, the support from the West is still as important as it was as 4 years ago?
Absolutely. Maybe now it's even more important because there are more challenges, more people fleeing Belarus. We need more assistance, to keep our movement alive. Because I'm absolutely sure that dismantle the regime is the job of Belarusian people. But we can't win this fight alone. We need allies. We have media, alternative media that have been ruined in Belarus but managed to restore their activity in exile, and this media needs support. We are fighting a huge propagandistic machine who are poisoning the minds of people with their narratives. We need to strengthen our civil society. Civil society needs assistance. We have so many initiatives, useful initiatives, like human rights defending, cultural initiatives, and also we are waiting, the support and solidarity from the USA and other countries. So also about accountability. We need to bring regime to account for all the crimes. And at last, yesterday, Lithuania sent referral to International Criminal Court regarding crimes of Lukashenko's regime, and now democratic countries can join this initiative. We, as democratic world, have to show Belarusian people that there is shouldn't be impunity. So the support is big, but maybe it's not enough. We need to develop our initiatives. We have to strengthen Belarusian democratic forces, strengthen civil society. So, we need allies.
Thank you. And, well, it looks like there are new presidential elections on the horizon for Belarus in 2025. And I think that it's fair to say that we have no reason to believe that Lukashenko will make these elections free and fair. So in the light of that, what is the plan of the Belarusian opposition regarding these elections, and what activities will the opposition take, not just before the elections, but possibly also after?
We can't call this ritual, this circus that Lukashenko is going to organize elections. This is like reappointment of Lukashenko by Lukashenko. This is how we call it in Belarus. And of course, there will be no OSCE presence there. I think that it would look like more military operation, even. We see how repressions are intensified before so-called elections. But of course, we as democratic forces have to use, this opportunity to mobilize people, to look for opportunity to do something. Maybe it will be a big media campaign. We should have approach single approach, coordinated approach, what Belarusian people inside the country can do at this day, and those people who are in exile. But of course, it's not about legitimization, and we encourage our democratic partners preliminarily declare that they don't recognize these elections. And for sure, I don't want Belarusian people to sacrifice themselves or to go to the rallies or to uprise, because these so-called elections will not change anything in Belarus. This is not about changes, it's about only Lukashenko's power. So Lukashenko of course wants to return to business as usual with democratic world, and now we see like he's sending unclear signals, propose Lithuania, for example, to return to constructive dialogue, but we had the same narratives, the same situation years and years before. So I want to believe that democratic society has changed, that they will not let dictator fool them again.
Everything you have described really shows us how difficult it is for a democratic opposition to operate in a country that is being held hostage by an autocratic regime. But in the case of Belarus, there is also an extra layer of external interference. And of course, I'm talking about Russia. So how the current relations of Belarus with Russia impact the support for the Belarusian opposition and its ability to operate within the country? And considering Russia's presence in Belarus, do you see a link between Ukraine's potential victory and the fate of democracy in Belarus?
It's evident that Lukashenko and Putin have, symbiotic friendship. They need each other at the moment, they use each other, and Putin saved Lukashenko back in 2020, saved politically, saved economically, and now Lukashenko has to show all his loyalty to Putin, to stay in power. And of course, he pays for this support. Lukashenko is selling actually our independence, our sovereignty to Putin. We see how Russia subjugating Belarus. We see how Russia interferes in all the spheres of Belarusian lives, in economy, in media, education process. We see how Russia Russifies Belarus. Lukashenko together with, like global Putin, they are fighting with everything Belarusian. Now, speaking Belarusian language or reading Belarusian books is almost criminalized in my country. So it's huge threat to independence. And of course, Lukashenko helped Putin in this war. He provided our territory. He became full ally in this war. And when sometimes I hear that, maybe Lukashenko is half guilty because Belarusian troops, didn't participate in this war, we have to explain that it's not the merit of Lukashenko that Belarusian army didn't join Russian army, but it's merit of Belarusian people, because it's full consensus in Belarusian society that we are against the war, that we want Ukrainians to win this unjust war. And many Belarusian military volunteers now are fighting shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainians. They paying their lives, for freedom of Ukraine and Belarus. So here we have to divide Belarusian regime, who is puppet of Putin, and Belarusian society, who are for freedom, for European Belarus. And of course, sometimes during my communication with world leaders, I hear that, look, maybe without changes in Russia, you cannot change anything in Belarus. And I'm absolutely sure that changes in Russia can start from changes in my country, because society in Belarus is more consolidated. Our country is smaller. We have people who really know what they want. We want a democratic future for Belarus. So we have to drag Belarus out of this war. We have to help Belarusian people to do our part of the job. And if there is a window of opportunity for the country, so it might be connected with the victory of Ukraine. That's why I ask constantly, I advocate constantly for Ukraine, because the world, democratic world, has to give everything possible, everything Ukrainians need to win this war. Because they're fighting not only for their piece of land, They are fighting for actual all democratic society. And defeat of Ukraine will be defeat of all democratic world. And sometimes when I hear about fatigue, that we are tired of the war, we are tired of, this revolution, in Belarus, honestly, tell about fatigue to our soldiers, to Ukrainian soldiers in cold trenches, or our political prisoners who are dying in Belarusian prisons. There is no time and no space for fatigue. We have to defeat dictatorship. So, but of course, fate. Victory of Ukraine plays a huge role for the future of Belarus, because without free Ukraine, there will be no free Belarus. But also vice versa. We also have to understand that until Lukashenko is in power, even after victory of Ukraine, there will be constant threat to Ukraine, to Poland, to Lithuania, because when crazy dictator in power, there will be constant turbulence. They will blackmail the West with nuclear weapons, with migrants, so on and so forth. So only dismantling the regime will make Belarus reliable neighbor and reliable partner for the society, for democratic society.
Thank you for stressing that out, and I think that the message that you said, that indeed Ukraine is not only fighting its own war, but everybody's war, resonates in the halls of this forum. Let us talk a little bit about the EU and EU's strategy towards Belarus. So since 2020, after the rigged elections, so-called elections, Lukashenko proceeded in suspending Belarus from the Eastern Partnership Program of the EU, and then in 2022 he de facto put Belarus in a position of being an almost active participant in Russia's war against Ukraine. And it seems like since then there hasn't really been a strategy from the EU side towards Belarus. So do you share this opinion? And what should that strategy be? How can this momentum for democratic Belarus can be maintained domestically, yes, but also in the West and in the EU specifically?
I might agree here that European Union doesn't have a clear strategy on Belarus. They are following the strategy that is proposed by Belarusian democratic forces, because we know what we want. So what European Union is doing now, they weaken the regime by all the means possible. They're imposing sanctions on Lukashenko and his cronies. It's like economical isolation. They don't recognize Lukashenko. Also his ministry. It's political isolation. So it's a policy of weakening of the regime. On the other hand, as I said, European Union helping democratic society, helping our initiatives, helping our media. Here in Poland, the majority of Belarusians in exile are concentrated. They're making an amazing job. They are providing information, from people inside, to our partners. And this assistance is crucial. We wouldn't and we can't actually survive without this assistance, but we need assistance not only to survive, but to strengthen us. It's really important. And also, I have mentioned is accountability. We need to show people of Belarus, but also people of Ukraine, that criminals will be punished. Because Lukashenko has a long list of crimes against humanity, crimes of torture, hijacking of airplane, migration crisis, dragging our country into the war, forced deportation of Belarus, and so on and so forth. And why dictators are so bold? Because they feel that they will stay unpunished, that nothing will happen to them. They can travel free, and now I again have to repeat, I'm so grateful that Lithuania started this process, against Lukashenko. It's signal to all the dictators that democratic world has institutions that work. So, but of course, there are so much more that can be done by European Union. So first of all, the policy of European Union should be synchronized with policy of the USA, Canada, UK, other countries, to have joint and stable and consistent position and policy regarding Lukashenko regime. So, for this 4 years, I haven't seen a sign that the policy will change, that the democratic world is ready to return to business as usual with Lukashenko, to recognize him, or so on and so forth. So, though, as I see, propaganda is working very hard. Belarusian and Russian, they want to poison minds of Europeans that, look, live with your comfortable life, don't interfere, it's their fight, why should you sacrifice yourself? But I'm totally sure that it's moral obligation of every person, every country, to help those who are on the front line of this fight against dictatorship. Because if not stop dictators in Belarus, in Ukraine, they will knock your doors. What are you going to do then?
We are coming, unfortunately, to an end of this discussion, but I will just end up on what you said throughout this whole conversation, that it all comes back down to people and to the society. And there's a very big difference between the Lukashenko regime and Belarusian society. Since 2020, according to the data we have, more than 500,000 people fled Belarus. And the people that fled, of course, are such as you are, politicians or activists or people looking for change. They are doctors, they are entrepreneurs, people who are really important for the societal resilience as well. And I think everybody in this room can say that it is our hope for them to return to free and democratic Belarus as soon as possible, and for you as well to go safely home. So we'd like to thank you very much for being here with us today and for the tremendous work you're doing. Please join me in thanking Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, leader of the Democratic Belarus opposition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A very well deserved round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This session brings our track to the conclusion. Please give another round of applause for all of our speakers today for this very important democratic resilience track. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like all of you to leave with 3 things today. First of all, remember that democratic resilience is an area that requires the collaboration between governments, civil society, and businesses, and only that togetherness and that collaboration can deliver the results that are being required in all of the areas that we've seen and to face the challenges that we've witnessed. And I think building those bridges is an incredibly important component to take away with us and to look at new ways to do it. How we should approach it? We should approach it with vigilance, to really observe what is happening, to approach it with awareness of responses that need to be taken, and with ambition in the plans that we need to put together as partners and as alliances to defend the democratic space and to work together for a better world. And on a final remark, a lot of that work truly starts and ends with us supporting Ukraine and their battle for a democratic future. If we can succeed there, the gates will open for Belarus and for all the other places around the world. So on that point, I will conclude the Warsaw Security Forum Democratic Resilience track. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure. I invite you all to come next year. See you in Warsaw in 2025. Thank you very much.